Okay, everyone, welcome to part 2 of this discussion on Akhenaten the Tyrant. So why did Akhenaten, a Hyksos proto-Hebrew, push a solar deity on the Egyptians? Well, as it turns out, the Hyksos Hebrew deity himself was actually a solar deity, which I've pointed out in numerous videos previously on my other channel. But just for a quick review here, we see this actually from the pages of the Old Testament, where Yahweh himself is portrayed as a sun god. For instance, in Psalm 84:11, we read, "For the Lord God is a sun and a shield. The Lord will give grace and glory. No good thing will he withhold from those that walk uprightly." So there you go. The Lord God is a what? A sun. And then we have from Psalm 89:36, "His seed shall endure forever, and his throne as the sun before me." So Yahweh's throne is a sun, and he himself is a sun. So, in other words, he's likened to a sun, but his throne is bright, shining like the sun. We're told that in numerous places, that Yahweh shines so brightly that you can't even behold him and live, right? You'll be consumed by his glorious brightness. So the Hebrew God was clearly associated with the sun. But is there actually a correlation between the Egyptian Aten solar deity and the Hebrew sun god? Well, yes, indeed. As I've said, the Aten connection to the Hebrew god goes way beyond the solar motif factor alone. It turns out, as I've said previously, that the word Aten or Aton is phonetically the same as Aden or Adon. And this was one of the Hebrew gods' original titles, Adon or Adonai. It is phonetically the same freaking word. So the name Aten really is one of the many Hebrew names or titles applied, to their God. So Yahweh is one and the same with Aten, both phonetically and symbolically, right? The solar symbol. Interestingly, but not surprisingly, the Jewish Zohar states, quote, Adon, or Adonai, is the sun that lights up and floods the earth. So there you go. The Zohar itself admits that Adonai is the sun. How do you like that? And again, don't forget, guys, in Catholic art, you have depictions of Christ, Mary, and other saints with a halo over or behind their heads again and again and again. Very often you'll see the Jesus character with bright radiating beams shining out all around his head, right? That's the solar symbol. They have always portrayed their God that way, right? Or the God that they have pawned off on the Goyim, Jesus, the incarnate Son of God, right? Son of the Son. Anyway, and Christians apply a verse in the book of Malachi where it talks about the Sun, S-U-N, of righteousness. They apply that to Christ. So there you have the solar imagery applied to Christ again, just like with Yahweh, right? And hence, the Catholic Church portraying Jesus again and again with the solar imagery. It's right in your face, right? Not so much anymore, but originally during the Catholic Mass, the priest would hold up what's called a monstrance. It was a bronze or brass little religious icon thing that he would hold up, and it would contain the Eucharist, right? The little round wafer. Notice, round wafer. Why is it round? The host, because the sun is round, and the monstrance was shaped as a solar sunburst, a solar disk, or a sunburst, right? So you would put the round wafer in the middle, representing the sun, and then these bronze spokes would be shining outward in every direction, representing beams of the sun shining, right? And the people would nod their head in reverence, because that piece of bread was supposed to represent Jesus himself, right? When the priest blessed the bread with the magic words, hoc est corpus meum, which means this is my body. And that's where the term hocus pocus comes from, by the way. It was a little Protestant play on words, a little dig at the Catholic Church, because, they were making fun of them, that, the idea that you are magically turning the bread into the body of Christ just by saying those magic words, hoc est corpus meum. So they just shortened it to hocus pocus. So in other words, when you say the magic word, you can transform one thing into another. But don't miss the iconography there with the monstrance, right? And it's something right out of frickin' ancient Egypt. It's right out of Akhenaten, Egypt, right? Akhenaten with his solar disk and the radiating sunbeams coming out, flowing out in every direction. This was carried over into Roman Catholicism, with the monstrance and the little round wafer. You can't miss it. It's right in your face. So here's the Zios, century after century, culture after culture, country after country, still pushing this solar deity theme. And, Christians don't even see it for what it is. Of course, Protestants don't like that, and so they'll condemn the Catholic Church. And yet all the while, they're still following the same nonsense too. They just don't go along with all of the Catholic trappings, but it's the same religion, right? They're still worshiping a deified human being who was nothing more than a first century insurrectionist. Bunch of crap. They claim to be so against the Catholic Church, right? Because they invented all these extra biblical teachings, and yet they still observe the Catholic Sabbath, Sunday. If they were true followers of the Bible, they'd be keeping Shabbat. And then the Trinity, right? The Trinity is as unbiblical, anti-biblical as you can get. You got to love the hypocrisy. Anyway, it's important to understand something at this juncture. Aten was a god worshipped by the Egyptians long before the Hyksos came along, right? It was part of their pantheon. But what Akhenaten did was to single out that deity as the only true God and nullified the legitimacy of the other gods. Even when the Hyksos gained power in Egypt, they didn't impose their religion or their god on the Egyptians initially, because they didn't feel a need to do so once they had been able to bring the Egyptians, under control militarily through help from the Nubians. Initially, they didn't see a need for this. It was only later, as time went on, and they realized, military control isn't enough. We need something to hijack the minds of the people to keep them loyal, so they won't even think of questioning anything. And so, later, this idea of the king being divine, which is what was claimed by Akhenaten, right? He's not just a man, an earthly leader. He's a divine, heavenly appointed leader. He's the incarnation of the sun god of the Aten, right? And what is Jesus said to be? The incarnation of God as well. Isn't that interesting? And look how they win over the loyalties of the Christian world to their cause without them even realizing it. They think that their loyalties are with God, and yet all the while, look who they kiss up to. They love Israel, don't they? Israel can do no wrong. Especially now, if you live in the state of Florida. They're just testing the waters. Oh, you watch. Keep remaining apathetic, America, because soon they're going to introduce legislation like that on a nationwide basis. And then soon after that, on a worldwide basis. They got some big plans in store. And as long as people remain complacent and compliant, they will soon wake up in a monstrosity of a tyrannical system. You won't even be able to breathe. Akhenaten will rise again, unless people snap out of their delirium. Anyway, once the Hyksos were expelled from Egypt, the main Hyksosian expulsion, they realized that they had to come up with a new game plan if they were ever going to regain control of Egypt, and indeed to achieve world domination, right? They needed something else to keep people in line. Just a military conquest alone isn't going to do it. Employing the Nubian troops as mercenaries, sure, that can keep people in check for a while, and it did for the main Hyksosian occupation, but ultimately they got thrown out, right? So just using military might isn't going to do it. It's not going to maintain power. You might gain it and keep it for a while, but it's not going to maintain it. You need something that's going to hijack people's minds so that they themselves won't even think of rising up. They'll be so convinced that the system that's in place is correct. And they were right, weren't they? Religion is the way to go. Today, that's not so much the case, though. People have been, snapping out of it. Not as much as I would like, but a lot of people are turning away from religion, and so what they're doing today is just the power of deception, right? But it still doesn't have as strong of a hold as religion did in the ancient world, and that's why they had to introduce pharmaceutical products, because as more and more people turn away from religion, they're not going to be able to keep them controlled as they had done so easily in the past. So, yeah, for those that are not religiously minded, they're still using religion, no doubt. And it's still having a powerful effect for those that still fall for that crap. But for those that don't, yeah. What do they got? As of several years ago, it was like 1/3 of all adults, and about the same, for school children, about 1/3 of them were all on either Prozac or Ritalin or, one of these other. Yeah, I'm sure it's higher now, especially since COVID. Oh, yeah, I'm sure it's probably freaking 40% now. But yeah, they have, numerous ways of hijacking the mind. The media has been, a powerful tool in that direction, right? The education system, people who have gotten their masters, their PhDs, they're so completely indoctrinated. You can't reach them. It's very much like the religious mindset, right? You can't change them. They become arrogant. They think they're so well informed when all they are is indoctrinated with propaganda. But they think they're so well informed. Who are you to question me? I actually had a professor ask me that one time. Who are you to question me? I went to Columbia University. I wanted to spit right in his face. I couldn't believe the arrogance. I went to Columbia University. You can't reach these people. They're gone, baby. Gone, gone, gone. Just like hardcore Bible dupes, right? Gone. Gone with the wind. The Zios have long known this. And that's why they stage things like COVID, right? They know that fear is a powerful manipulator. Look out at how many people are still wearing masks. There's still a good deal of them, aren't there? I was just away on vacation. I saw a lot of people, down south wearing them. They're still wearing them up here. Not, I don't even think 50%, but it's still 3 years out. The thing is long gone, right? Whatever the hell it was to begin with. But there was something going around at the time. People getting sick. I got sick myself. Whatever the hell it was. But the point is, there was no reason to be paranoid in the first place, right? What I got was no different, really, than what I had when I was a kid. It was a bad case of the flu. Nevertheless, though, whatever the hell it was, it's long since dissipated, and yet people are still in fear, still going along. Once you get that mechanism in place, and they know this, a good many people are still going to follow along, and all they have to do is hit the panic button again, and all of those who are still going along with it, and a great many others, even if they don't completely buy it, they'll give in to pressure, right? Most people, if they think they're going to lose their job or be banished by their family, whatever, they'll go along. So, the Zios have always had these little tricks up their sleeves, and they know that it's far more effective than using the military. You put them in fear. You threaten them with a loss of eternal life. You'll go to hell. Whatever, right? The fear factor. That alone. Fear of God and his retribution, right? That alone will get them allied much better than utilizing, military force. Oh, they will do it if they have to, and they have done it, but they know that tends to be more short term. If you just get people's compliance based on fear of military, retribution or whatever, it's eventually going to fall apart. But if you can get them afraid of some boogeyman that they can't see, that they're convinced exists, that can infect them and kill them, and that the only way to prevent them from succumbing to this invisible enemy is to roll up their sleeves, they will comply with that. And most of them will never dream of rising up because they don't think there's anything to rise up against as far as in the human realm goes, right? Because the enemy isn't the people imposing these things. They're just looking out for our good. Oh, it's a masterpiece of deception. It's very transparent once you see it for what it is, once you know what the little game is, right? But for those that aren't aware of it, and for those who have been programmed to think that anyone who questions it is crazy, yeah, there's just no reaching them, right? Anyway, I'm really off the track here, but I'm just trying to get the point across that this is their favorite game, to trick people and get them to willingly go along with their own enslavement. This is why they keep staging all these fake frickin' school shootings. We just had another one today, right? This is why they stage them constantly, so that you will willingly give up your Second Amendment, and believing all the while that it's a good thing for society. It's going to stop all these crazy shootings. It's better for you to willingly give over your rights and freedoms, because then you won't even think of rebelling, right? Because they didn't come in tyrannically and take them away from you. You willingly gave them up. Do you see why they do this? They want you to want your slavery. So they create these illusions, damn it, to fool you. Oh, this whole world is one big, fat, juicy, frickin' Hicksosian lie. They're doing to us exactly what Akhenaten and all his buddies previously with the Hyksos occupation. They're doing to us now what they did to them back then. Same game. Anyway. So the Hebrews, Hyksos, decided to adopt a new identity. And this new identity was based around a modified religion headed up by a supposed superior deity that chose the Hebes or the Hyksos, as their special pets, so that people now would, hold them in high esteem above everyone else, because this God, this one true God, chose them above everyone else. That's what the Bible says, right? This superior God says, I have chosen you above all the other peoples of the earth. Paul reinforces that by saying, God has chosen the weak and the feeble to confound the wise and the strong, the mighty. It's their little game. So that when you see that, who are these people? They're just a small minority group, started over in some obscure place in the Middle East. And who are they to... No one who believes in that book questions that now. They think that that's how God operates. Yes, he shows his mighty power by working through small minority groups like the Jews. And so they rally themselves behind these people and widely open the gates for them to come in and conquer them, and don't even recognize it as a conquering, right? They think it's all part of God's plan. Look at their little eyes. Look how incredibly, blatantly obvious this little game is. And yet, most people cannot see it. And you can't even show it to them, because their brains have already been hijacked by the propaganda. They literally think that their little invented deity is the king of the universe, and that his little chosenites can do whatever they want, and yet it's not wrong. Wrong when anyone else does it, but when they do it, it's A-OK. Like Yahweh himself, right? Look at the evil wretch that Yahweh is, right? And yet they worship that thing and will insist that even though he's done 1,000,001 things that are evil in that book, commanding the mass murder of little children, suckling infants, commanded and condoned rape and incest, and on and on and on, pedophilia, you name it. It's not wrong because it's Yahweh commanding it and approving of it. It's only wrong if Yahweh doesn't approve of it. How is that morality? And yet that's what Bible dupes adhere to. They claim to have the moral high ground, and yet look how relativistic their moral standards are. That's not morality. This game of theirs has got to stop, folks. They've held uh, Goyim society uh, in a coma for way too long. I used to have people tell me, "You talk too much about the Bible. You know, get off of that and get on to other." No, 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 no. You can't talk about it enough. The whole damn thing has hinged around this fraud for the longest time, and for a great many people, it still does hinge around it, right? Unless you can break the bands that hold people captive uh, of this book, you know, it's a losing battle. Anyway, Moses told the Hebrews that they were going to conquer nations in the name of their God, right? Um, at least the small nations that they could easily overtake through the use of mercenaries, you know. And then as they did, through, you know, like the Sea People battles, right? That convinced them that, wow, God really is on our side, not realizing that Moses and other leaders like Joshua or whatever, you know, were finagling behind the scenes, using mercenaries to assist them. They thought it was divine intervention. Later, they'd come back with all these heroic tales of how, yes, we conquered this group and that group, and God is clearing the way for us to take over, you know, the promised land. And it was all arranged ahead of time, right? It was the perfect scam. The propaganda of the Bible, even though it's mostly fooling Gentiles today, it was used and created originally for the purpose of fooling Jews, low-level Jews, or, you know, Hebrews. It worked for them then, and it's working mostly for Gentiles now. Anyway, but when you look at, you know, the writings of Moses, yeah, that's what the whole damn thing was about. A plan for global conquest. And so low-level Jews were fooled by the Bible into thinking that this was a plan of God, and so they would go along with it. They would support it. You know, they would help in whatever way they could to advance this cause, thinking that it was God's cause. So they have used the Bible again to fool Jews, not just Gentiles. That came later. Initially, the Bible was not written to fool Gentiles, right? It was just low-level Jews. But as time went on, especially the first century, right? It was realized that, wow, if we're going to take Rome down, we need a hell of a lot more people than what we have within our ranks here. There's not enough Jews in the world to overpower Rome. It's, you know, it's too strong. We need to recruit a lot of these useful idiot goyim fools. You know, we need to sucker them with this religion. It's exactly what they did. Same game they did with the Egyptians, right? With the Aten religion. The only difference is the Egyptians caught on and threw them the hell out. But no, not with Christianity, though. This has been keeping people mentally captive for 2,000 years now. Fortunately, Christianity is starting to fizzle out. You know, they have been closing a phenomenal amount of churches. Part of the reason is just to save money, but also because they are dwindling in membership. There's still a hell of a lot of Christians, but this is a good thing. Oh, there was a time I would never have said that. Oh, I would have said the very opposite, right? But no, it's a damn good thing that religion is finally starting to lose some hold. Which again is the reason why I say they're coming up with all these pharmacological products now, guys, because as religion loses its hold, yeah, they got to find some other way to keep people entrapped in their deceptions. The boob tube is another big one, the radio, academia. So they haven't lost too much ground, even though religion is fizzling out, right? Anyway, why is it that the Hebrews never had any written scriptures until the time of, quote, Moses or Akhenaten, right? Because they didn't have their own religion until that time. That's why. Again, Bible dupes never stop to ask the most basic fundamental questions. If this God in the Bible has always been there, why the hell did he wait so freaking long to finally manifest himself and then to have his holy word written down? He seems to have been on a extended vacation up until the time of, quote, Moses, aka Akhenaten. Why? Why? Because the Hebes didn't invent this religion yet. Didn't realize how powerful religion could be once imposed on a people as a tool for global conquest, right? That's why. They wanted to make it available for everyone to read, to keep that indoctrination going, and to tell them the importance of reading it daily. Reading it daily. Oh, I remember back in my Bible dupe days, right? Ministers were always encouraging people from the pulpit. I did it too, because I fell for that BS, right? Make sure you do your daily devotionals. We need to read the Word of God every day. Yeah, to keep the propaganda pumped into your head. Just like with school, right? Have you noticed how the summers have been shortening? Now kids get out later in June and they go back earlier. We never went to school in August. It was always the first or even the second week of September. Now it's the last week of August, right? So they're moving it up in both directions. You know, you're ending the school year later and starting it earlier. The summer is getting shorter and shorter. Why is that? Because those couple of months off are breaking the propaganda machine, right? It's breaking the programming. Kids are freed from that now, and they got time off. They can start doing their own thinking, and they don't like that. They don't want them away from the propaganda machine, the mental assembly line called the school, for too long. And so it is with the Bible, right? They come up with the idea of Shabbat so that every 7 days you would have that propaganda revived, and and even that's not enough. A lot of churches now, they have you go in a prayer meeting on Tuesday or Wednesday nights or whatever, right? They'll even have socials in between too. Uh, to reinforce the propaganda. And then they're telling you constantly, every day, make sure. Now, a lot of churches publish these devotional books to encourage you to read them. And then when they have Sunday school or Sabbath school, you're going over the devotional book, and they're looking to see who's not paying attention or who's lost. They can tell if you haven't been doing your daily readings, right? And so they'll single you out, not so much to embarrass you, but just to reinforce the idea that, oh, I know you can get busy during the week, but you really need, I can tell you're not doing your daily lessons, are you? You need to do that to stay in close contact with the Lord. But what they're really saying is to keep that propaganda pumped into your head constantly so your mind doesn't stray away and you start thinking independently. It's really what it is, guys. Remember what George Bush said? You got to keep repeating things to catapult the propaganda. Yeah. Oh, they know that all too well. It's always been their game. But anyway, notice how it was only under, quote, Moses, aka Akhenaten, that the stories of, creation, the flood of Noah, the patriarchs, etc., etc., were first uh, invented or introduced, right? Based somewhat on actual events and also on, hyperbole and all kinds of crap thrown in there that wasn't true at all. Most of it stolen and modified from other cultures, right? Every other ancient culture in the world, long before the time of frickin' Moses slash Akhenaten, had a creation story, right? And like other nations, the creation story is filled with all kinds of ridiculous mythology, just like all other creation stories. It's just how things worked back then. You just made up these, fancy stories to tell the grandkids. And so the biblical authors come along, did the same thing. The first 5 books are attributed to quote Moses, right? Well, there's really no way of knowing who wrote them, but they do appear to have originated around that time. At least the traditions did. They weren't actually committed, though, to parchment until the Babylonian captivity, or at least they weren't compiled and formulated in the form that we see them today until that time. But yeah, the stories probably did originate back to Akhenaten. Certainly the hymns, we're going to be looking later at some interesting correlations between Akhenaten and some of the the Psalms and some of the writings of Moses too. We've already seen some Psalms correlations or Proverbs correlations, with Amenhotep the third, right? Solomon, quote unquote. Anyway, but that's all that was done. They just took, basic concepts of other creation myths. And I've already demonstrated how the creation story in the Bible is plagiarism, right? They borrowed from the Babylonian epic of Gilgamesh, for example. Everything from the story of man being formed from dust or from mud, clay, and Eve, the first woman, being formed from a rib. All of those details are in the epic of Gilgamesh. The flood of Noah, right? Every ancient civilization had a flood story. And for good reason, because there was a grand scale, massive global scale flood, which I'll be talking about down the line. And so that's all that was done there. They just took that and so the illusion was created that, oh, these are unique stories because they changed some of the details, right? But it doesn't matter. The bulk of these stories it's all clearly plagiarized. Anyway, but isn't it interesting that this supposed God of the universe, uh, was derelict in his duties until the time of Moses, quote unquote? That was the first time that he ever manifested the truth of our origins, and he left it till then, and to entrust it to just a small obscure group somewhere in the Middle East, which kept that quiet to themselves for the longest time. Bible dupes, are you starting to become ashamed of yourselves for falling for this nonsense? Do you really think an all-knowing, all-wise God would operate that way? Do you not see how ridiculous, how nonsensical, how downright stupid that whole idea is? Really now. The Bible didn't become formulated until the time of, quote, Moses, because that's when the whole damn religion was invented. Crying out loud. Prior to Moses, the proto-Israelites worshipped the same gods that the other cultures did. They didn't have their own unique religion yet. It had not yet been formulated. They hadn't realized how important religion was for controlling people. It took them some time to figure that out. And that's why they wrote this book. And like I said, later on, they realized, holy crap, why should we just settle for using this fake holy book of ours to just manipulate low-level Jews? We can use it to manipulate Gentiles too. Some were opposed to it, fought it vehemently, but ultimately it won over. There's still some that are opposed to it today, right? But for the most part, the Zios love the fact that Goyim fall for the Bible. They do. Even a good many of them who seem to be opposed to it really actually do love it. Don't forget, when they say they love something, they really hate it. When they say they hate something, they really love it. It's always the opposite with them, right? Oh, they love the Jesus character and what it's done for them and continues to do for them. Anyway, when in Egypt as the Hyksos, the Zios worshipped among other deities, Aten, and probably felt most comfortable with this god because it sounded so much like theirs, and they had already been applying solar imagery to their god. So yeah, we'll make them think it's their god, Aten, so that we're not imposing a new god. We're just saying that this god that they're already familiar with is really the only true one, and all the other ones have been false gods. You see what I'm saying? When in reality, what they were doing was imposing their god on them, their culture, while conquering the Egyptians' culture. But notice the transition. Originally, this invented religion of Yahwehism was a hodgepodge of stolen ideas, and even the names of their gods were stolen, right? The whole thing was all plagiarism. But now the illusion was created that their religion was unique. And now they condemned as evil pagans all the other peoples of the other nations and all their gods and all their religions, right? So that now they became exalted. They're the only true ones, the only pure ones. Everyone else is evil. Everyone else is a sinner. And is that not the same mentality that Christians have? Of course it is. Absolutely. Christians believe that their God, which is the Jew God, that their God is the true God. Their religion is the true one. Everyone else is lost unless they convert to their religion, their God. Everyone's going to hell. And even though they won't actually come out and say this, well, some might, but most Christians, they'll recognize, oh, wait, no, that's arrogance. No, we're not supposed to be arrogant. We're supposed to be humble like Jesus, Jesus who cracked the whip. Yeah, he was humble. But nevertheless, they pay lip service to humility all the time, right? They're really not, for the most part, humble. Most of them, they're not humble at all. But they like to profess that they're humble. And yet all the while, they have this attitude, this very arrogant attitude, that they're better than everyone else. They won't say that, but the way they conduct themselves and the way they refer to everyone else as lost and how they're saved, everyone else is a sinner, and only they are redeemed from sin, even though I've seen more sinfulness among so-called Christians than non-Christians. They make some of the worst sinners. But nevertheless, that's their attitude, right? We're redeemed, you're not. We're saved, you're not. We're going to heaven, you're going to hell. They literally do, while yet claiming to be humble, they literally do have this arrogant freaking attitude that they're better than everyone else. So disgusting. And where did they get that from, right? Yeah. They got it from the Jew book. The Jews taught them how to develop their same attitude. And then when you question their religion, or, if you get annoyed with them and are sick and tired of their preaching at you, they interpret that as persecution, right? Some people get so annoyed, they'll make fun of them. And quite frankly, can you blame them? But when they get made fun of, oh, you're persecuting me. See, Jesus said this was going to happen. The apostles warned that this would happen. You're fulfilling prophecy. That's how the Jews act, isn't it? playing the victim all the time. Do you see how they reproduce their defectiveness in the minds of the goyim that fall for their disgusting book? So despicable, man. But anyway, the Bible has and continues to be used to convince Jews, and a great many Gentiles too, that the Jews are in fact better than everyone else, that they're exalted, they're special, they're favored, they're chosen, right? If you already have mental issues because of century after century of inbreeding, and you got that choanine chromosome that causes a multiplicity of brain disorders, when you already have that problem to begin with, and then it's compiled by propaganda like this that tells you you're better than everyone else, if you're already predisposed to being narcissistic to begin with, but then you have a book like this that encourages that, where else are you going to go, right? It's just the natural tendency for the brain to complete the picture, right? When you've got this book encouraging it and having you believe that it's divinely ordained by God. God's the one who originated this idea, not any person. You've got divine sanction now for your arrogant arse attitude, right? And there's the bulk of the goyim in the Christian world playing right along with it as well. Man, oh man, oh man. But let's notice something very interesting that took place at this time with, quote, Moses or Akhenaten. They just got thrown out of Egypt now, right? And now Akhenaten/Moses is enraged with the Egyptians for throwing him out. He made a lot of progress, right? He thought he was on his way to finally establishing world domination for his tribe. We're going to use Egypt's might and wealth to take over the world. Several Hyksos before me, made a little progress here and there in that direction, but they were never able to do it. Now I'm doing it through the power of religion. He really thought he was going to do it. He almost did. But the Egyptians wised up and threw him the hell out. So now he wants what? He wants revenge, right? And so you see in the writings of Moses and in the writings of, later, quote, prophets, always denouncing Egypt. There's even one, obviously, false prophecy where it said that, Egypt would be laid desolate and would never rise again. What a bunch of crap. But it just shows how much hatred they had toward Egypt, right? And so what happened was Moses now, /Akhenaten, wanted to gear people away from the Aten thing, right? The Adonai was still used here and there, but he wanted to introduce another name, which became more prominent for their God now, Yahweh, which they picked up from the Shasu. And look how he introduced it. Even though we have the word Yahweh mentioned a couple times earlier on in the book of Genesis in reference to Abraham, it wasn't popularized until Moses came along. He started to really push this name to give a more unique overtone, to their God and their religion, to bring it away from its Egyptian influence. You see what I'm saying? And so look what he has this God saying now. This is from Exodus 6, verse 3. This is supposed to be Yahweh himself here talking. Moses /Akhenaten is putting these words in his God's mouth for the Israelites. And he says, I appeared to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob as God Almighty, or El Shaddai. But by my name, the Lord, i.e. Yahweh, I did not make myself fully known to them. You see what he's doing here? He's got to come up with a reason why the name is now changing from, or at least the main focus of the name of their God is now switching over from Aton or Adonai to Yahweh. And so Moses puts these words in this demon god's mouth, yeah, before I was simply known as El Shaddai or Adonai, and I wasn't known to them as Yahweh, which isn't even true. Again, the name Yahweh is actually used a couple times in the book of Genesis. But nevertheless, it wasn't a common name, right? It certainly wasn't well known to the Hyksos at this time that was following Moses out into the desert, heading back toward Shalem. And so, yeah, he puts these words in, this demon god's mouth to explain why there's now this transition in the name. He's steering them away from the Egyptian name Aten/Adonai to this more Hebraic sounding name Yahweh, so that their religion would take on more of an original overtone to it, right? It's not Egyptian anymore now. You can really see what was going on here. This makes no sense in the context of an all-wise, all-knowing God. Why would this God, suddenly decide that, hey, I want you to be calling me by this name from now on, instead of... it's nonsense, unless you understand what was actually going on here. This religion was being modified, the God was being modified to give it uniqueness now, to make it look like it was all original, nothing original about it, right? It was all plagiarism. But he wanted to give it a new sounding name and to separate any connections now that it had with Egypt, because Egypt now was the #1 hated nation by Moses. And that's why, as we're going to be seeing, in coming videos, that's why, we've already seen this to some degree, right? When the Sea Peoples at the close of the Bronze Age, not too long after this time, were invading not only cities all across the Levant and into the Aegean, but right in Egypt. The Sea Peoples were raiding Egypt, right? They especially wanted to take Egypt down, and they almost did at the time. Egypt, was devastated, even though it did beat the Sea Peoples, hired by the Zios. This was revenge. It took a couple centuries to do it, but it was revenge against the Egyptians for kicking Moses / Akhenaten out, and what resulted in a second Hyksosian expulsion, right? What was accomplished under Akhenaten was even greater than what was accomplished under the original Hyksosian occupation. Even though it didn't last anywhere near as long, they took it much. Akhenaten took it much further, right? He had complete control over Egypt, religiously as well as politically. And now, for that to have been brought to an end, and having him been stripped of his power and humiliated and kicked out, they wanted revenge. And so that's what happened with the Sea Peoples. Amongst other things, it was revenge against Egypt for what was done earlier on. Anyway, Moses at this time also wanted to steer the Israelites away from, bull worship, right? When they were in Egypt, they adopted a lot of the Egyptian practices. The Egyptians had the Apis bull cult, right? And so the Hebes, the Hyksos, the proto-Hebes, still carried that belief with them. In fact, remember the story of Moses going up on the mountain to get the 10 Commandments. And while he was up there, what happened? The Hebes made themselves a golden calf image. That was still the Egyptian influence. That's why he was so enraged. He portrayed it as though God was angry. Yeah, whatever. He was angry. He comes down and he sees that they're resorting back to their old Egyptian ways. He wanted them to completely divorce themselves from anything resembling Egyptian culture, religion, or otherwise, right? When he saw that they were making this golden calf, he was furious, because he wanted to brainwash them into worshiping this new modified God now under the name of Yahweh. And so look what he says here in Deuteronomy 4:19, for example. When you look up to the sky and see the sun, the moon, and the stars, Moses said, all of the heavenly array. Do not be enticed into bowing down to them and worshiping things that the Lord your God has appointed to all the nations under heaven. Don't worship these heavenly celestial bodies anymore. He mentioned specifically the sun, right? Isn't that interesting? This is supposed to be the guy who imposed sun worship in Egypt, right? And now here he is after being kicked out of Egypt. He's telling the Chosenites now to not worship the sun because that was too reminiscent of what was done in Egypt. He wanted to break away from all of that. You see what I'm saying? Interestingly, though, the sun theme was still used all throughout the Old Testament to apply to Yahweh. But that's how the Bible works, isn't it? Just like, thou shalt not kill unless Yahweh tells you to kill. Thou shalt not commit adultery unless Yahweh sanctions it. On and on it goes, right? And so it is with sun worship. Oh, you can worship the sun as long as you're saying that you're worshiping Yahweh through worshiping the sun. As long as you use solar imagery in reference to Yahweh, well, then that's okay. But don't worship the sun in any other way, shape, or form. Moses said not to make idols, right? In the Ten Commandments. Supposedly Yahweh gave them to him, but we know better, right? Moses made it up. He made up the Ten Commandments. One of them says, do not make any idol in the form of anything in heaven or in the earth or under the earth. And yet, he turns around and instructs golden cherubim to be made and put on the Ark of the Covenant. The same guy who said, don't make any image in the likeness of anything in heaven or on earth or under the earth. And yet there he is commanding these golden cherubim to be cast, right? Why was that okay? Because it was within the Yahwehshian context. That's why. More biblical hypocrisy for you. Anyway, but you see what was happening here. It looks like a complete flip-flop, right? Well, it was. It was. Moses did not want them engaging in any activities that even remotely resembled now what the Egyptians were doing. He wanted to create this, to modify their religion, their belief, even the name of their God was changing now. Everything had to take on a new connotation that had no connection with Egypt. That's why he was so furious. He smashed the 2 tables of stone, right, when he came down, because they were engaging in an Egyptian bull worship practice. If they called that bull god Yahweh, he probably wouldn't have cared. But they were doing it because of the Egyptian influence. He didn't want any Egyptian influence now. He was so enraged with them for taking away his nice little scheme that he had going, right? He was on his way to world government, using Egypt for it. Nothing has changed, guys, through the centuries. They're still the same, aren't they? If someone gets in their way, they want to crush that person out in their whole country, right? They want what they want, and they don't care what it costs anyone else, including lower-level Jews. They don't care. They'll wipe out the whole Jewish community as long as they can get what they want. Look what they did to the German Jews. Look what Zhabotinsky said about the German Jews. Better that all the Jews in Germany perish so that Israel can live. He actually said that. It's always been their attitude. So angry, though, was Moses when he saw that they were worshiping the golden calf. Remember what he did? He told the Levites to go throughout the camp with their swords and to kill everyone who was involved in the creation of the golden calf image, right? Kill them. He said, spare no one. kill even your brothers, your friends, and your neighbors. And so we're told that later on, when it was all said and done, 3,000 people died that day. And then Moses says, because you have done this, because you have obeyed the Lord, even though it meant killing your own brothers, friends, and neighbors, the Lord will now pour you out a great blessing. You see the fear factor kicking in there? He instilled fear in the minds of the onlookers who saw this horrible display. Oh, we'd better not anger, quote, God again. We better not go against God. God is the one true God, and he'll see to it that anyone who goes against what he says is going to get slaughtered. And to this day, a great many goyim are still buying this crap and claim that that God who was allegedly behind that slaughter, and so many others like it, is actually loving, compassionate, and merciful. Freaking kidding me? Anyway, I realize I've gone past the hour. I've been rambling a lot, but I just got a couple more points I want to make, and then I'll end this video. But this is interesting. In the generations following Moses' death, the Hebrews had actually strayed far from his new religion that he had formulated, right? They forgot about it completely. Only when he was alive, and then, Joshua, who was an avid follower of Moses, he kept those traditions alive. But after, a generation or two, the Hebes strayed completely away from the books of Moses, so much so that they had actually forgotten. They lost them and forgot what was written in them, right? So with that in mind, check out what we read in 2 Kings chapter 23, and this is verses 5 and 11. Listen to this. The king, King Josiah, had did away with the idolatrous priests appointed by the kings of Judah to burn incense on the high places of the town of Judah and on those around Jerusalem, those who burned incense to Baal, to the sun and the moon. What happened here was Josiah had found an old copy of the book of Moses, probably the book of Deuteronomy, or maybe just the whole collective 5 books, whatever. He found tucked away an ancient copy of these writings of Moses / Akhenaten, right? And when he saw what was in there, he was shocked. He couldn't believe that, Moses had condemned the worship of any other god except Yahweh. For generations, the Hebes had slipped away from this, and they began engaging in polytheistic beliefs and practices like all the other nations around them, right? When Josiah found this, he was enraged. So now he ordered that all of these practices cease, and he ordered suppression to the point where people were hunted down and slaughtered that wouldn't comply with what was in the book of Moses now that was rediscovered. But notice how it says he banished the worship of the sun and the moon. It goes on to say, he removed from the entrance to the temple of the Lord the horses that the kings of Judah had dedicated to the sun. Like the apparently what was going on is they were observing something similar to what the Egyptians had done. And then later the Greeks picked up on this, where they had the solar deity riding in his sun chariot, so they'd reenact that using horses. And so now he banished this after finding the books of Moses, which condemned sun worship, right? Even though Moses himself was a sun worshiper in the person of Athan or Adonai, he now banished it to get away from all this Egyptian stuff. Israel resorted right back to it a couple of generations later, and for generations thereafter, had so much indulged in this, and with the books of Moses having been lost sight of, nobody even knew anymore that this was forbidden by Moses. So now this Josiah king finds this book, and now he's banishing this practice. This passage goes on to say, they were in the court near the room of an official named Nothan Moloch. Josiah then burned the chariots dedicated to the sun. So these chariots that we use in this sun worship ritual, he burned them, right? Now he realized, oh, this is evil. We can't allow this anymore. The real question Bible dupes should be asking here, though, is if this supposed all-powerful God who had chosen these people, right, to be his emissaries or whatever, how did generations go by without them even knowing what Moses had written? And that book that could have been at their disposal all that time, Yahweh just sat back and let it get lost sight of? You see what I'm saying? You see how stupid this is? I got to be honest, when I was a Bible dupe, I didn't pay much attention to the Old Testament. And it's not that I was deliberately ignoring it, but, it just wasn't my thing, right? I didn't really understand a lot of these stories, not to mention I wasn't too fond of them. But I would make up excuses in my mind, well, I don't really understand that. So what I do understand is the New Testament. Well, the truth is I didn't really understand that very well either. But the fact that the New Testament contained some statements that jived better with me, that's why I focused on the New Testament. And that's what most Christians do, right? They just focus on the New Testament. Even though there's a lot of crap in there too, there is a larger percentage of pleasantries there than what there are in the Old Testament. So most Christians focus on that, and that's what I focused on. And that's why, most Christians, they don't even know about these stories, or if they do, they don't really pay much attention to them, because they do make them feel uncomfortable. Look at this crap. Look at this garbage. So we're supposed to believe that this all-loving God who chose these people decided to just stand back, let several generations go by, let them slip into idolatry, and forget that the books of Moses even existed, let alone knowing what was in them, until now, generations later, Josiah comes by. What does the Bible believe to make of that? What kind of a God would allow that? And what about all those ensuing generations that forgot about Yahweh? Are they lost because they slipped into idolatry? Are they all going to go to hell now? You know what I'm saying? How could they possibly go to heaven, to Yahweh land, when they had slipped so far away from him? But an even bigger question, how did the great Yahweh even allow this? Anyway, these stories are interesting, though, because it does show us how this religion was invented and reinvented as time went on, and how all it ever was just a tool of mass manipulation. And that's all it is today. Anyway, it is a pretty interesting story. If you want to read more up on this, just look up 2 Kings 22, verses 8 to 13. Here we have the instance of the book of Moses being found, and how it was read to the king, King Josiah, and how shocked he was to discover things that he, never knew before. That Yahweh had forbade the use of images and the worship of other gods. In your own time, you might want to look that up and read it. It's mind-blowing. How anybody can believe this book to be inspired by an all-wise, all-loving, all-knowing God who just sat back and let this stuff get forgotten about. Bible dupes often talk about how, the Israelites rebelled against Yahweh and turned away from him, and that's why they turned to idolatry. But that's not what was going on here. They were not knowingly rebelling and turning to other gods. They didn't know any better. They lost the book of Moses, right? They didn't even know that they weren't supposed to worship other gods. So many generations had gone by, and the books of Moses had been lost. Do you see what I'm saying? What kind of a derelict daddy could Mr. Yahweh be to have allowed a situation like that? It just blows my mind, man. Freaking unreal. But anyway, the main point to come away with all of this is it's clear. The reason why the written word of God never existed prior to the time of, quote, Moses or Akhenaten is because they didn't have a religion of their own yet. They hadn't invented it. They hadn't realized what an important factor it was to manipulate people, Jews and then later Gentiles alike. They didn't invent it yet. It was only first invented by Mr. Moses, Mr. Akhenaten, the monotheist. Prior to that, the Hebes were henotheists, right? They believed in other gods. Anyway, lots more to come. We're still in the early phases of this. There's a hell of a lot more very interesting discoveries we're going to be making about Mr. Akhenaten. And we're still only about 1/3 of the way through this first set of notes. There's a lot more ground to cover here. Anyway, guys, thanks for joining me. We'll catch you in the next video. Take care. All right, everybody, welcome to part 1 of this discussion on Akhenaten the Tyrant. We're going to be spending quite a bit of time talking about this character. This set of notes is going to take several videos, and then I'm going to follow this up with another set of videos to go into this guy in even more detail. There's so much to cover with him. Akhenaten represents an attempt to fully reinstate control of Egypt by the Hyksos that was lost, when the main Hyksosian occupation had come to an end. As we have seen, there were several pharaohs prior to Akhenaten, his father, his grandfather, who tried to accomplish that, but it didn't work. And he realized that to take full control over a people, you have to take control of their religion. You can't just hijack them politically, economically. You got to do it, religiously as well. And in doing that, you will take over their culture. You will literally take over their minds. And that's why Christianity deals with, conversion, right? So much emphasis is placed on, quote, winning souls. You want to get as many to become defected with this mind virus as you can, because in doing so, you are conquering them. Body, mind, spirit, you name it. You're hijacking the entire person. And as you convert more and more, you're taking over that society. You're taking over that country, right? So Akhenaten realized this. And of course, this became the template that was followed later. Every time the Zayos got control of a country, with all of the empires that they had, right? They would always do this very thing. They would impose their religion and outlaw all others, impose their God and outlaw the worship of any other, the destruction of all the idols and defacing the temples, Later they did this through Catholicism as well, remember? Anyway. So let's delve into this discussion here. It's pretty interesting. Of all of the Hyksosian pharaohs, this one here, captures most of our attention because so much went on under his watch. And he is, without a doubt, the basis, the template that was used for the Moses character. Moses in the Bible is Akhenaten. Akhenaten was, again, an Egyptian Hyksos pharaoh of the 18th dynasty who had ruled for 7 years and died around 1335 BC. He's known for abandoning traditional Egyptian polytheism, of course, in favor of monotheism, the worship of only one god, the quote, true God, as he called him. The true God. Which was the solar deity Aten. This move, of course, angered not only the priesthood, but the bulk of the Egyptian population. It was an attack on everything Egyptian. Just like they're doing to us now, right? Completely disrupting, distorting, perverting, inverting everything in our society and societies abroad. One of the many ways they're doing that is the mass influx of illegal aliens. They're doing it here. They're doing it in countries across Europe, Canada, Australia, you name it. It's an attack on the culture. It's not only destroying each nation that's being invaded by these foreigners, but the foreigners themselves are losing their identity. It is a war across the board on all cultures of the world. Same thing that was done in Hyksosian Egypt, in Akhenaten Egypt. An assault on everything that the Egyptians thought of as sacred and as Egyptian, right? Everything that was Egyptian was under attack. Everything that was held dear to them was under attack. Not to mention the complete cultural overthrow, right? America is dying, in case you haven't noticed, as are many other countries abroad, all at the hand of these same scumbags, using the same ancient tactics that proved so successful for them in so many other countries. Anyway, so much anger had Akhenaten aroused among the Egyptian people, in fact, that just after his death, or just after his expulsion, his monuments were dismantled, hidden, and or disfigured. Not much has survived to our day that has not been, severely damaged, right? They were just taking sledgehammers to everything that he had carved. All statues, all temple wall carvings, paintings, you name it. His name was completely erased from all of the king lists. We only found out about him when archaeologists, started digging and discovered, the city of Amarna or Akhenaten. Only then did they realize, oh wow, who's this guy? How come he's not on the king list? They detested him. They wanted the memory of him forgotten. So yeah, statues of him had heads smashed, completely broken off. Carvings had the face gouged out, and his very name was erased. His cartouches, his name, again, was stricken from the king lists. Very, very few depictions of him in stone managed to escape this spree of destruction, rage. By the way, as we'll see, yes, Akhenaten and his entourage were all expelled. This amounts to a second Hyksosian expulsion. But I believe that the biblical Exodus story actually refers to the first, the main Hyksosian expulsion, right? But it also probably spun off of this as well. I think they pretty much combined the two of them into one. Um, that's how Bible stories work, right? They'll take two, sometimes even three people and mix them together and make up this one new character. You see that with Jesus, right? He's made up of mostly Judas Christus, but also there's some aspects of the life of Judas of Gamala or Judas of Galilee that was also mixed in with that. Um, you know, Joseph, I mentioned, is based on actually two different people, both of which were Hyksos viziers. So, anyway, but there were, in fact, two Hyksosian expulsions. One was much bigger, the original one, right? The main Hyksosian expulsion was a massive, uh, purging, if you will, of Egypt, of these swine, sending them back to Shalem or Jerusalem. But the same happened with Akhenaten. Again, they were kicked out, and we're actually told, as we'll see later, that Akhenaten and his buddies were sent out into the Sinai desert. That's interesting, because that's where we're told the children of Israel went when their monotheistic leader, led them thither. Anyway, later pharaohs, if they ever mentioned Akhenaten at all, simply referred to him as, quote, the enemy, or even the criminal. Imagine that. And measures were immediately taken to restore the old religious beliefs and practices, to re-erect statues, recarve them, to restore what Akhenaten had destroyed, to overturn everything that he had done, because he had overturned everything himself in the first place. They wanted to bring everything back the way it was, and to a large degree they did just that. His name was all but lost to history again until the city that he had built, Amarna or Akhenaten, was discovered back in the 19th century. So again, who was this man, and what drove him to introduce a completely new religion that threatened to completely destroy all that made Egypt unique, all that gave Egypt its identity? You understand why they're so obsessed with destroying religion? Do you think the top-notch Zios really give a frog's fat fanny about religion? They don't give a damn. It's just a powerful way to destroy an entire civilization, and you do so under the cover of advancing the true God and the true religion. Once you know you've got most people on board with it, buying into that slop, they not only will not object, they'll cheer it on. They'll even help participate in the destruction of their own civilization, right? Sadly, there are a great many Americans who share those same exact sentiments. Today, they cheer on Israel. They cheer on people like Donald Trump when he says, it's a sad thing that Israel doesn't control Congress like it used to. Of course, that's not even true. But nevertheless, the fact that a president can make a statement like that, and the vast majority of Americans, a good many of which are Zio Christians, have no qualms with that. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. You can tell Christians how evil Israel is, and they'll write you off completely. Oh, you don't know what you're talking. You're of the devil. You don't understand. These are God's chosen people. God has a special plan for them. Blah, 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 blah. And we need to support Israel because God wants it that way. It's part of his divine plan for the last days. Look what it does. It's doing the same thing now in our country that it did in ancient Egypt, right? When you get people on board with a false religion and a false God, well, false religion, it's kind of a a redundancy, isn't it? Can you name any true ones? I'm not talking spirituality now. I'm talking religion. All religions are man-made. There are no true religions. Sorry. There just aren't. They're all fake. They're all man-made. And they've all been created for the same reason. To manipulate people. And to drain their pockets dry, too. Especially those of the Zio variety. But do you see how Akhenaten used religion as a tool to gain absolute political power, complete and total political power, under the guise of advancing the true religion and the true God? That's the same mechanism in place today with the Christian, Zionist Christian movement. It's the same thing, guys. They're absolutely mindless. They have brains, like everyone else, but they just don't know how to use them anymore. Their brains have been hijacked. It's like a computer, right? You can have two computers built by the same company with the same hardware, software, you name it, but one computer has a virus in it. The other one doesn't. The one without the virus functions perfectly fine. But the one with the virus, even though it has the same software, the same hardware, it's all frigged up! And it can't be fixed unless you are very proficient in the field and know how to fix it, how to extricate the virus. If you don't know how, that computer is as good as trash, right? Throw it out. It's useless. That's the mind of the Zio Christians. They have the same hardware as everyone else, right? But their minds are gone. They have a virus that's infected them. They are useless. Useless and hopeless. There are a few, on very rare occasion, that do snap out of it. But most of them, forget it. It's never going to happen. They're gone. These people, a good many of them, are actually more pro-Israel, pro-Zio, pro-Jew world order than even a lot of Jews themselves are. That's how thorough the deception has succeeded. Anyway, just had to make that comparison because it's so precise. The same tactic Akhenaten used in ancient Egypt, foisting his monotheistic garbage on the Egyptians, is what we have today with the Zio Christian movement. I'll argue the Christian movement in general, but it's far worse with the blatantly pro-Zionist Christian movement. But to some degree, all Christians are Zionists. They are. They'll deny it, especially the ones who claim to be, quote, Jew-wise, which is kind of laughable, though, isn't it? You're Jew-wise when you're in love with their playbook. I just have to use this analogy again. It's like me saying I'm opposed to Satanism, but I just love Anton LaVey's Satanic Bible. Really now? Hit the road. Hit the road. Their minds are so completely corrupted by the virus that has, infiltrated their neurological connections that they can't even see what's right before their eyes. They can't even see the contradiction, the phenomenal contradiction in their claim to be anti-Zionist while yet loving the Zionist playbook. The number one Zionist playbook. The very first edition, if you will, of the Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion. That's what the frickin' Bible is, damn it. Anyway, let's look at some background of this Akhenaten character. Akhenaten was originally called Amenhotep IV, son of Amenhotep III, that we just talked about recently. But he later changed his name to Akhenaten to reflect his devotion to the one true God. And he did use that expression. He referred to Aten as the one true God. We heard that before. Understand that, this was unique in ancient Egypt, right? This idea of one God and abolishing all other gods. Under the original Hyksosian occupation, the Hyksos pushed one God too, right? But it was Seth. But not to the exclusion of the other gods. They downplayed their role, but it was more of a henotheistic belief, right? Where Seth was pushed as the chief deity. And we see that same progression in the Old Testament, right? Early on, the authors of the Old Testament talked about a multiplicity of gods, but that Yahweh was the chief God. You shall have no other gods before me. Thou shalt not worship other gods. It's not denying the existence of other gods. It's just saying that you're not to put those before him. He's to be put first. He's the big man on campus. And you see what's called the divine council portrayed, for example, in the book of Job, right? Where it says, the gods came around the throne, subservient gods to the one chief God, Yahweh, So the Hebrews originally had that same henotheistic belief. I did a whole video or series of videos on that a while back. And so it was with the Hyksos. They went through this progression. They changed from henotheism under, this set chief deity to absolute monotheism. Now there were no other gods. Destroy their memory, deface all of their temples. There's only one God, period. And that is Aten, or Adonai. Akhenaten's name, in fact, translates to effective for Aten. Effective. Effective in overcoming all other beliefs in other gods, overthrowing other gods, defacing other gods in their temples, and, overturning Egyptian polytheistic society to become effective for this one God. It was a way, again, of taking over the country, one mind at a time, forcing this new religion on people, indoctrinating them with it. You can bet he must have had this taught in all the Egyptian schools, right? Get the kids when they're young, get them indoctrinated with this idea. And in doing that, you're Hyksosifying them, if you will. Or, in a more modern context, you're Jewifying them, which is all Christianity itself is, right? I did a series a while back called Christianity, the Jewification of Gentiles. Absolutely. The New Testament even teaches it. Paul says when you become a Christian, you're becoming a child of Abraham. Well now. Anyway, Akhenaten obviously wanted to be effective for his God, and he almost completely succeeded. In fact, he did succeed for a time, until finally the Egyptians rose up like they did with the original Hyksos occupation and overthrew his regime, bounced his fanny out. Oh, that we would see something like that happen again. Anyway, before we get into the story in any more detail about Akhenaten, let's first look at his background a bit further. Akhenaten was married to the famous queen Nefertiti, and one of his sons, although from another one of his wives, was Tutankhamen, or King Tut. Akhenaten was not supposed to be pharaoh, as it turns out. And by the way, I'll have more to say on Tutankhamen down the line. Some of you might recall, though, earlier on this I think it was this channel. No, I think it might have been my other channel. I can't remember now. But anyways, I did a couple videos on the murder of King Tut. If you haven't seen those videos, you might want to go back. I think it is on my other channel. But anyways, very interesting story. Tut, who was half Hyksos or half Hebrew, didn't like his father's reforms. Didn't like his father at all. And he also didn't like the Hyksos, even though he was half Hyksos himself. He undertook some major changes, and it ultimately cost him his life. He was, murdered to get the throne from him, to try to maintain the Hyksosian tradition, right? So you might want to go back and review that. I should have saved that for now in this series. I don't know. I wanted to get into it back then, but I'm not going to repeat it now. But yeah, if you go back, I'm pretty sure it's on my other channel. But that's something very interesting to take into account. And then later, I think I'm also going to cover that on my other channel. And so, like I said, it's good to keep track of what I'm posting on both my channels, especially right now, because there's going to be a lot of crossovers between them. In fact, there has been a lot of crossovers. I just finished a series on the traveling Jesus, talked about Jesus's royal blood, his ties with the Roman Caesars, his ties, of course, with the Hyksos. He also had ties, I'll be getting into that later, with Persian royal blood. But there are some very interesting parallels between Christ and Tutankhamun, which I'll be getting into later. And don't forget, Tut is also of the Davidic line, right? Tut transliterates from Egyptian to Hebrew into DVD. The T's become D's, the U becomes a V, and that's David. Just like Thutmose, right? Tutankhamun, it's the same prefix. It's the Davidic prefix. So Christ is of the line of David Sr., if you will, Thutmose III, and David Jr. here, Tutankhamun. But there are some really interesting parallels between those two figures, which I'll get into down the line. But like I said, probably on my other channel, because it ties more in with, the religious theme. Anyway, as I said, Akhenaten was actually not supposed to be pharaoh. His older brother, Thutmose, was the rightful heir, but he died young, and thus Akhenaten conveniently became the highest authority in the land upon his father's death. Do you suppose he could have been behind the death of his brother so he could seize the throne? Knowing how the Zios operate wouldn't surprise me one bit. Anyway, by his 5th year in power, Amenhotep IV, aka Akhenaten, decided to change his name. And so that's how he became Akhenaten. He wasn't originally into this monotheistic idea, or at least he didn't make it known. But he may not have even been into it. He might have realized, talking with his other Hyksosian advisors, hey, we got to try this religion thing. We got to bring that back. That's going to consolidate your power even more. We'll really be able to take over Egypt and have them in the palm of our hands if they're led to believe that everything we do is being led by, quote, God, So 4 years into his reign, he changes his name, and this is when he begins his campaign now. If, in fact, this was his aim all along, well, that would make sense, too, that he would wait until several years in office to win the trust of the Egyptians, to act like he's one of them and to fool them. And then all of a sudden now to slip this on them once he's consolidated his power, once he's built up enough loyalties, enough mercenaries, so that he doesn't feel threatened now of someone, rising up and trying to overthrow him. He now wanted, at this point, 4 years into his reign, he wanted everyone to know that he was dedicated to Aten and Aten alone. And he also wanted everyone else to be dedicated to this deity as well. Akhenaten claimed that his god had appeared to him in the desert. Doesn't that sound familiar? Didn't Moses make that claim? Yahweh appeared to him in the burning bush, right? Well, here's Akhenaten saying that Aten appeared to him in the desert, in the region of Amarna, where he had the city built, and that he appeared in the form of the solar disk, whereas Moses said that Yahweh appeared in the form of a burning bush, right? He also claimed that the apparition of Aten had shown him a precise spot in the desert, some 300 kilometers north of Thebes, where he could build a city dedicated to himself. Again, does that sound familiar? Moses talked about the promised land and how God wanted his temple to be built there, his city, his headquarters here on earth to be built there in Jerusalem. Very, very similar. Akhenaten was a religious bigot, of course, who had no tolerance for any religious views except his own. He ordered the defacing, again, of Amun's temples all throughout Egypt. And in a number of instances, inscriptions of the plural gods were also removed. Any reference, to other deities that was defaced and then replaced with the name of Aten, or an image of Aten, the sun with the beams of light coming down. And by the way, that's interesting, isn't it? If you look at art from the time of Akhenaten depicting the Aten god, it's the solar disk with these radiating sunbeams coming out of it, right? Can you think of other times where that type of artwork was popularized? Can you say La Cattolica Ecclesia? How many times have we seen the radiating sunburst theme in Catholic art? You see the connection? And then, of course, in Freemasonry, you see the same thing, don't you? Anyway, this is how the Hebrews had always operated, of course, and it's also how the Hyksos operated, because they're one and the same, imposing their religion and thereby hijacking not only the whole country, but the minds of every individual involved as well. Just look what we read in Exodus 34, 13 and 14, for example, just to show the comparison here. Here we read, "But you shall destroy their," meaning the heathens' altars. This is Yahweh speaking here. "You shall destroy their altars, break their images, and cut down their groves. For thou shalt worship no other God, for the Lord, whose name is jealous, is a jealous God." So here's Yahweh commanding the destruction. This is really Moses, a.k.a. Akhenaten, talking here, right? Using, the imagery of the one true God who gave this command, because he realized, in talking with his fellow Hyksosian conspirators, that this is how you hijack a nation. You get rid of everything that makes them unique, everything that is sacred to them. You strip them of all of that, and now you introduce something entirely new. It's literally hijacking not just the country, but every mind of every individual, which is all about what transhumanism is all about, right? It's not enough now that they can control people through propaganda and through psychotropic meds and whatnot. No, they want to take it to the ultimate limit so that you can't possibly ever escape from it. They want nanoparticles in your brain so you can be controlled like a machine, right? This is the ancient version of that same thing. It had pretty much the same effect. Instill this religion in them and it erases everything. Why do you think there's so much emphasis on, repentance in the Christian religion, right? Not that the idea is bad, that, you want to make your life better and turn away from old former unwholesome ways, but that's not what's going on here with the Zios. No, they want to strip you of your individuality, of everything that makes you you, which is what communism is all about, right? The mass mindset, conformity to the groupthink policy. That's exactly what was going on here with Akhenaten. And they realized the way to do this was through religion. It's virtually foolproof. Oh, sure, there's always going to be a few annoying, obnoxious individuals who do their own independent thinking that you can't control. But it's easy to write them off as crazy whack job conspiracy nuts. That's what the Inquisition was all about, right? Silencing the independent thinkers, getting rid of them, and making it look justifiable by saying that, this is God's will. That's what Moses did, right? He had the heretics stoned. And that's all we're doing. And most people fell for it. They rolled out the red carpet for the inquisitors to engage in this mass murdering campaign, silencing the voices of dissent, right? And lo and behold, they're doing it now again, aren't they? Cancel culture. Shutting down this, that, and the other blog site or channel on YouTube, or even some of the YouTube knockoffs now are doing it. Silencing the voices of opposition. Eventually, they fully intend to burn you at the stake, so to speak, to get rid of you completely. When they can't shut you up by, shutting your channel down and taking down your website or whatever, right? When that's not enough and you're still making your voice heard through other means, they're going to kill you, folks. They're going to knock you off. In fact, they've already been doing it under the cloak of, oh, there goes another suicide. Oh, look at that, a drug overdose. They've already been doing it, haven't they? Yeah, absolutely. But they're going to pick up the pace. They don't want any voices of dissent. Even one can be very problematic for them. As they tighten the noose more and more and introduce more and more draconian tactics and sleazy pieces of legislation to strip you of more and more of your rights, there's going to be a greater and greater need to silence the naysayers, right? Oh, tyranny is right upon us, folks. The Hyksos are rising again. Anyway, Manetho wrote this about the Hyksos. Look at the parallels with what we just read from the book of Exodus. He said, they, the Hyksos, razed to the ground the temples of the gods in Egypt, and treated all of the Egyptian natives with cruel hostility, massacring some and leading into slavery the wives and children of others. My, my, my. This is their modus operandi. This is how they've always operated. But notice, they razed to the ground the temples of the gods. Yeah. And we just read from Exodus where that command was sent out by Moses via God, right? To do that very thing. Smash their idols, destroy, their places of worship. And he went on to say they treated all of the Egyptian natives with cruel hostility, massacring some and leading into slavery the wives and children of others. Wow, 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 wow. And here they are, gearing up, folks, to pull the same thing on a global scale that they pulled in ancient times in Egypt. This also harkens back, to all the papal bulls in the Dark Ages, the Middle Ages, forbidding the reading or owning of books not approved by Holy Mother Church. The same exact voice of tyranny, the same tactics, the same people. It also harkens back to the Hasmoneans, the Khazars, the Hammurayas, right? And all of the other instances wherever the Zayos gained control. Played the same game, engaged in outright tyranny, silencing the voice of dissent, forcing people to conform to their ideology, and usually under the banner of Yahweh. But here's something else familiar. Akhenaten's Horus name as Amenhotep IV was Kanakt Kai Shuti, which meant strong bull of the double plumes. That's interesting. His Horus name as Akhenaten was Meriaten, which means strong bull, beloved of Aten. In other words, Akhenaten was particularly fond of the strong bull theme, right? And with this in mind, notice the following Old Testament reference to Joseph, the original Hyksos ruler, right? From Deuteronomy 33, verse 17, it says, a firstborn bull. Yeah, lots of bull. A firstborn bull. He has majesty, and his horns are the horns of a wild ox. With them he shall gore the peoples. Imagine that. With his horns, he's going to gore the people. In other words, devastate them, decimate them. All of them, it says, to the ends of the earth. Oh, how lovely. Are there any Bible dupes out there today in Odyssey land tuning in right now? Did you catch that? Your God here thinks that's wonderful for Joseph the bull to have been goring the peoples, all of them, to the ends of the earth. And Akhenaten certainly did his share of that too, didn't he? But do you see why George Orwell wrote in his 1984 book that the picture of the future as traced out in my mind is a boot stomping on the human face forever? Do you see where this comes from? This is the Zio mentality. He shall gore all the peoples. Joseph and all of his descendants, right, who insert themselves into high office through the same sleazy tactics, to gore all the peoples to the ends of the earth. We're getting gored right now, aren't we, by the horns of the bull. But notice how Akhenaten took on names that incorporated this same bull theme. And like I said, yeah, he did his share of goring, just like Joseph, didn't he? Look what else the book of Deuteronomy says about Joseph in chapter 33, verse 17. It says, in majesty, he is like a firstborn bull. There we go again. Oh, you know what? I don't know how that happened, but that's the same verse I just read. Sorry about that. I gotta fix my notes here. I didn't realize I'm quoting the same verse twice. Sorry about that. Anyway. Akhenaten managed to escape suspicion as a Hyksos by blending in with the Egyptians, at least initially, anyway, right? And assuming a totally Egyptian name, right? That's how we fooled them. But once he consolidated his power, once he realized now that he had enough of an army amassed that was loyal to him, that's when he started showing his true colors. That's when he started to overturn Egyptian society, Egyptian religion, and impose his little Aten or Adon, aka Adonai, on the Egyptians when he felt confident enough. Kind of like how Jesus only began to feel confident enough to start selling himself as
the way, the truth, and the life. No man comes unto the Father but by me.
He never spoke that way until John the Baptist was conveniently out of the way. He didn't have any more competition now for the role of Messiah, right? He removed the other, or, with his little connections there, he had the other competitor removed, who was supposed to be the more dominant one, right? The priestly Messiah was to have preeminence over the kingly Messiah. So having had that threat removed, now he emerges as the all-in-one singular Messiah, right? And that's when he starts making all of these boastful claims. He never did that. He didn't dare do that while John was still around. He wouldn't have gotten away with it, right? Oh, the things that Christians ignore, the things that Christians are completely, in many cases, oblivious to, and are quite happy to remain oblivious to. But indeed, once in power, Akhenaten, at first he was lenient with the Egyptian polytheistic religion, right? But in time, gradually, he pounced on it, right? First, he started frowning upon it and testing the waters and trying to introduce the idea of one God, and these other gods really aren't as powerful as Aten. And when he saw that was selling, then he was pushing the idea that actually they're not only not as powerful, they have no power at all because they don't exist, He only started doing that, though, when he felt he could get away with it. Just like with Christ, right? Once John is dead, only then did he feel he could get away with pawning himself off as, the big man on campus. The boastful things that he said, it's unbelievable. If it's true, right, as Christians want us to believe, if it were true that Jesus was, in fact,
God in human flesh,
why would he have to even go out of his way at all to sell himself as such. Wouldn't it be obvious anyway? Why does he have to say,
I'm the way, the truth, and the life?
That's how a cult leader works, right? That's very narcissistic, isn't it? Why would the king of the universe have to talk in narcissistic tones? If it were true, it would be self-evident, and he wouldn't have to speak so boastfully, right? Not only did Christ speak boastfully, but he spoke that way only when he saw he had no more competition for that role. It's so obvious, man. And it's so disgusting how so many people continue to fall for it. Anyway, guys, it's a good place to stop there. We're just about at the hour mark. Anyway, well, not quite, but I don't want to start another section right now and go way over the hour mark. But like I said, this is going to be a multi-part series here on Mr. Akhenaten. Lots of details to cover. And as we go through it, it's going to become more and more astonishing just how closely his storyline lines up with that of Mr. Moses. All right, guys, thanks for joining me, and we'll catch you in the next video. Take care. All right, everybody, welcome to part 3 of this discussion on Akhenaten the Tyrant. Let's take a look now at what is called the Hymn to the Aten, written by Akhenaten himself. It's a hymn or a psalm wherein he addresses the solar deity thusly. We're going to read an excerpt from it anyway. He said, "Thou appearest in beauty on the horizon of heaven. Thou living sun, the first to live, thou risest on the eastern horizon, suffusing all lands with thy beauty. Glorious art thou and mighty, shining on high over the lands." Doesn't this sound like a psalm addressing Yahweh? He went on to say, "Thy rays encircle the countries to the farthest limit of all thy creation. Thou art reaching out to the uttermost border, subduing them for thy beloved Son," S-O-N, referring to himself, the Son of the Sun, right? "Far off art thou, yet thy beams touch the earth. Thou art seen of man, but thy pathway they know not. Thou settest in the western horizon, and the earth becomes dark as death. Men rest in their chambers with head enveloped. No eyes sees aught. Should their goods be taken, thou lie under their heads. They would fail to perceive it. The lion comes forth from his lair, and the serpent's bite. Darkness rules, and the earth is still, for he that made all rests in the horizon." Again, he's referring to the Aten here as the one who made all, just like Yahweh is referred to as the one who made all. "When the earth becomes light, thou risest on the horizon, and as the sun dost illuminate the day. The darkness flees when thy rays thou dost spread. The two lands," meaning Upper and Lower Egypt, "rejoice, they awake, stand up on their feet. When thou hast raised them up, they cleanse their bodies and clothe themselves. Their arms give praise, for thou hast appeared. The whole earth goeth forth to labor. The cattle are satisfied with grass. The trees and the herbs grow green. the birds from their nests fly forth. In other words, he's attributing to the sun here all of these things. You're in charge of everything. You oversee everything. Nothing happens without your notice or your intervention or, blah, blah, blah. Just like with Yahweh, right? With their wings, meaning the birds, they offer thee praise. The same is said about Yahweh, right? The beasts of the field sing your praises. In fact, that's what he goes on to say here. The beasts spring up on their feet. The birds and every flying thing live when thou art risen. When you rise, they all come to life from their night's sleep. You bring sustenance and life back, and everything thrives because of you, accrediting everything to the sun or to Adonai, right? There go the ships, downstream, upstream. All paths are free, since thou art arisen. The fish in the sea leap up before thee, for thy rays penetrate to the ocean's depths. Interestingly, Psalm 104 borrowed heavily from this hymn, obviously, because it was known to Hebrew insiders that it sang the praises of the same solar God. So it's not just that that the Bible plagiarizes other sources, other countries and their writings, but in this particular case, they weren't plagiarizing the Egyptians. They were just repeating a hymn that one of their own had written while in Egypt. Anyway, though this psalm is quite lengthy, I'm not going to read the whole thing. The actual Psalm 104. I do want to point out, though, that this psalm makes references to these following elements that are mentioned in the hymn to Aten that I just read. This psalm, like the Aten hymn, mentions light, heaven, the foundation of the earth, beasts of the field, birds of the heaven, man, the lions, the darkness of night at the setting of the sun, the sea, the ships, the ocean, and fish, or sea creatures. The parallels are striking. Just like when I read the 30 admonitions of Amenhotep, right? And then you come over to Amenhotep, the third. And then you come over to the book of Proverbs and, quote, Solomon makes reference to 30 admonitions. And then I read some examples where they're very, very, they're worded differently, but the meaning is exactly the same, right? It's obvious. We're not just dealing with, quote, plagiarism there. The Bible's loaded with plagiarism, right? But that's not really plagiarism. The original author of the 30 admonitions in Egypt was a Hyksos. And so they're just taking something that one of their own had previously written and now including it in the not-so-holy book. Unreal, man. Oh, yeah, the Bible is inspired by God. Right, Bible dupes? Psst, hey, your ignorance is showing. But that's okay. I used to be very ignorant, too, back in my Bible believer days. I used to love how George Carlin would say, I used to be Catholic until I reached the age of reason. Anyway. There's other interesting correlations in the Talatat inscriptions, which were originally carved on the walls of Akhenaten's Aten temple at Karnak. The Aten deity is addressed using such familiar affirmations as, quote, "Thou art what thou art, radiant and high over every land," which echoes a famous statement attributed to Yahweh in the book of Exodus, "I am that I am," chapter 3, verse 14. Thou art what thou art, I am that I am. Isn't that interesting? Here's another example. O great Aten, God Almighty, who furnished man's sustenance. God Almighty, of course, is a title often affixed to Mr. Yahweh in the Not-So-Holy Book, right? And the Not-So-Holy Book also says of Yahweh that he furnishes man's sustenance. You know, it's worded differently, but the same idea. Here's one last example. O great Aten, God Most High, who drives away the dark. This calls to mind the many instances, again, in the Not-So-Holy Book, where Yahweh is addressed as God Most High and Most High God. This Aten hymn also talks about Aten driving away the dark, right? Again, the same is said of Mr. Yahweh.
Because of his bright shining glory, the dark flees in thy presence.
Interestingly enough, though, even though most references to Mr. Yahweh refer to him as being bright shining and so bright that he'll consume you in his presence from his brightness, and yet, some of you might recall a while back, I read several passages, also in the Old Testament, which state that Yahweh dwells in darkness, that his throne is surrounded by thick, dark clouds. Which is it? It can't be both now, can it? Does this little wretch dwell in bright light or in perpetual darkness surrounded by dark clouds? The latter sounds more likely the case. Anyway. It's important to point out that Albert Pike, in his Book of Words, stated that Adonai means controller or possessor. In a Masonic initiation ritual laid out in Marconeri Occulti by J.M. Ragan, it's a occultic work. We find the following exchange between master and neophyte, for a Masonic initiation ritual. Question: what is the most powerful name of God? Answer: Adonai. Question: what is its power? Answer: to move the universe. Now you can see why Masonry is so obsessed with Egyptian symbolism, particularly the motif of radiating sunbeams, right? Or the radiating all-seeing eye. It's really not Egyptian at all now, is it? But Atenist or Hyksos Proto-Hebrew Egyptian. Rosicrucians, in fact, openly boast that that they trace their origins back specifically to Akhenaten, not just Egypt in general, specifically, not even just to Hyksosian Egypt, but specifically to the latter Hyksos occupation of Akhenaten. They are absolutely obsessed with him. As FreemanTV.com reported on August 25th of 2013, quote, Akhenaten, the father of King Tut, is believed to be the founder of the magical order of the Rosicrucians. If the secret societies could bring back any man, it would be this pharaoh of ancient Egypt. Oh, yes, he is of prime importance in, the occult world, right? Among Freemasons, specifically, especially among Rosicrucians. Why? Because he's the figure that the Moses character is based around, who is the most important figure, really, even more important than Abraham, even though Abraham was like the father of Judaism and thus Islam and Christianity. Moses was the much more prominent figure, right? He's the one who penned the whole Fargan thing, right? The law, right? The first 5 books upon which everything else is based. Everything grew out of that, right? So Moses is the real big man on campus, in Judaism. So naturally, the secret societies created by Judaism place Akhenaten, i.e., Moses, on this high pedestal here. We can also see now what the term Illuminati is in reference to, right? The illuminating solar disk of Adonai. The light bearers, right? Remember George Bush Sr.? 1,000 points of light, 1,000 points of light. They're all light bearers of Yahweh, of the great architect, reflecting his bright light. Well, you know how that works, right? In their world, everything is opposite. So when they say bright light, it's really pitch black darkness. That's what they're reflecting. The black darkness of Mr. Yahweh himself. We can also now understand why, again, Catholic art is so permeated with solar imagery, right? The halos, the solar wheels, the sunbursts, on and on and on. The monstrance, right, with the radiating sunbeams. How in the world can people not see what's right in front of their eyes? Papal origins obviously trace back to Atenism as well, right? Specifically to Akhenaten. It's the resurrection of the Akhenaten cult, isn't it? Of course it is. The whole Christian religion is a scam, right? But Catholicism is specifically Atenism. It's all Fargan sun worship. Don't forget, originally all Catholic cathedrals, right? The old classic medieval cathedrals, many of which are still standing today in Europe, they're all oriented to the east in honor of the sun that rises in the east, just like a lot of ancient Egyptian temples, Hyksosian temples. Anyway, again, this is not Egyptian imagery. It is Hyksosian imagery. Anyway, in Hebrew, Adonai is spelled Adni, which is phonetically the same as the Sanskrit Agni, Agni, the fire or the sun god. Isn't that interesting? It also appeared in Greece under the name Adonis, right? Look at the phonetic similarities. Although Adonis was not a solar deity, perhaps only the name was borrowed, but nevertheless, very interesting, phonetic connections here. The Hyksos Israelites, of course, as I said, were hated by the Egyptians, not only for destroying their religion, their culture, but their economy and their whole political system, right? They were also resented because they flooded the country and overwhelmed the population, as we read in Exodus 1, verse 7. The children of Israel were fruitful and increased abundantly and multiplied and waxed exceedingly mighty, and the land of Egypt was filled with them. And that's why, even though they expelled them, the problem didn't go away. Oh, they got rid of a significant number of them, but there were so many they couldn't get them all. Enough remained to still play the game. And it wasn't long after the Amos instituted expulsion that they were at it again. They seized the throne and were playing their little games again, and it all culminated under Akhenaten. But lucky for Egypt, they caught on. Akhenaten pushed too far, too fast, and it was his undoing. Let's hope, let's hope that the current Hyksosian occupation pushes too far, too fast, and they get their hind parts kicked. And let's hope this time it's for good. There's another important understanding that we gain from studying Akhenaten, the origin of the religious split in Judaism. Over the centuries, indeed over the millennia, there's been a major religious rift in Judaism, right? Between the Mosaic Jews and the more liberal-minded Jews, right? In Christ's day, it was the split between, the scribes and Pharisees, where, the Sadducees and the Pharisees. The Sadducees didn't believe that there was a resurrection, but the Pharisees did, because they were following more the writings of the Old Testament, which actually do allude to this idea of rising from the dead one day. You see that particularly in the book of Job. You see it in the Psalms. Whereas the Sadducees had strayed away from that, but of course, there were further splits. Christ comes along now, and he's condemning both the Sadducees and the Pharisees, because both of them had introduced traditions that had strayed from the not so holy book. Anyway, in Old Testament times, this split took on the form of the Mosaic traditionalists versus the Atenist heathen, who really were the original Orthodox Jews, but nevertheless, the ones who engaged in sun worship and, the ones that made the golden calf, right? They were following what the Hyksos had always done, right? They were the real, true traditionalist Jews. But then there was the group that just wanted to follow Moses. No, post-Egyptian Akhenaten, who had revamped everything, right? Remember, I talked about that in the last video. Moses rewrote the religious script now because he wanted to distance himself and indeed the whole encampment of Israel or the Hebrews to distance themselves as far as they could from Egypt. They were so angry with them because they got kicked out. He lost his power trip thing. Anyway, so this created two camps. And this is what we see when we read the Old Testament, right? Bible dupes will say, oh, well,
God was angry with the Israelites because they rebelled against him and they were worshiping other gods.
Those were the real, true, original Hyksossian Israelites that were doing that. They were just following what they had always done while in Egypt, right? Whereas the other group was following the post-expulsion from Egypt Akhenaten. You see what I'm saying? There was this major religious split. So it wasn't that one group was being heretical, or at least the group that was worshiping other gods and worshiping the sun and, the golden calf. It wasn't that they were being heretical. They were just carrying on the original tradition of the Hyksos. You see what I'm saying? Technically, the real heretic was, quote, Moses or Akhenaten himself, who revamped the whole religion. Both sides are screwy, right? Both sides are wrong. But it's like within Christianity. You got the same split, don't you? Of course you do. You've got Catholicism, which represents the Atenist version. And then you've got the Protestants, which represent,
the sola scriptura. We need to follow the Bible and the Bible only, and not these Roman Catholic traditions,
which aren't Roman Catholic. They're Atenist. It's Akhenaten that they're following. But you see the same split? It's exactly the same freaking split that carried over into Christianity, which is nothing more than warmed over Judaism. But it's the same split. Protestants, like Jesus, want to follow the scriptures, right? And it's so laughable in a pathetic way to sit back and look at this whole mess and see how, not so much anymore because of ecumenism, Catholics and Protestants now are. But originally, there was this, big wall of separation. And, of course, that was all instigated by the Zios, too. Well, the third faction, the secret societies. They created the Protestant Reformation. They created that split. But notice how they did it. They created it by reviving the age-old split that divided Judaism, right? One group, calling the other a heretic, and each group insisting that their version of religion was correct. The same exact split was foisted on the Christian world by the Zios, by the secret societies, the third faction, to split the Christian religion. It had too much power. They wanted to divide it and conquer it, just like, they began with the church first, and then later on, they targeted the royal bloodline too, right? And that worked too. They managed to do that. They engaged in all these civil wars and revolutions and castrated the monarchies, all over Europe. But isn't that fascinating, though? You can see how they just repeated the same game, played the same game within the Christian world that had played out generations earlier in Judaism. It is precisely the same. Protestants aren't protesting much anymore, but originally, they were adamantly opposed to Catholicism because of all of these heretical ideas and practices and teachings. And technically, it's true, right? Catholicism was practicing that, but heretical as opposed to what? The phony teachings of Moses. It's all crap. You see what I'm saying? I fell for that years ago as a Bible dupe myself. I thought Protestantism is the correct way because we're going back to the sacred writings of the Bible and we're getting away from these evil traditions. It's all crap. It all comes from the same source. It's all Judaism. Who the hell cares? Both sides are dead wrong. Both sides are going to wind you up in the same toilet, right? Just different shades of excrement. And so, when the two sides are arguing back and forth,
I like my excrement brown. No, I like it dark black.
But it's still excrement either way. It's kind of like listening to Christians and Muslims argue. Did you ever see? Did you ever hear that? I used to go into chat rooms and listen in. Both sides made great points against each other, right? Christians had great arguments against the Muslims, and the Muslims had great arguments against the Christians. And I just sit there and shake my head and wonder, why the hell doesn't either side listen to what the other side is saying? Because if they did, they would both realize, hey, you know what? It looks like we both have great arguments against our religions. I think we've both been duped, both sides. Well, let's just abandon this whole thing altogether. No. The Christians don't really listen to what the Muslims are saying and vice versa. And so they continue to be deceived, both of them, by ultimately the same deceivers, right? The Zio monstrosities that made up both of those religions. What a mess, man. What a friggin' mess. Roughly half the world's population is deceived by that damn book called the Bible, folks. It is so disgusting. Anyway, by the time of Christ, yeah, it was the Mosaic traditionalists, like Christ himself, who were opposed to the Talmudic clergy, if you will, at the temple, right? Or the Hellenists, which were the ideological offspring of the Atenists, right? Later, in the 8th century, it was the Karaite revolt, strict adherence to the Torah, battling it out with the Kabbalistic priesthood, right? Which was into, occultism, and ultimately all that sprang out of Hyksos in Egypt. Same game, just, called different names, but it's really the same game. Strip away all the rhetoric, and it's the same frickin' game. Zios love this because it splits people. It divides them. You can't be united when you're fighting and bickering over stuff that doesn't even matter. It's all crap. Throw the whole damn mess out the window. It's like when they get people arguing
left versus right. My candidate's the good one. No, my candidate's the good one.
Shut up, both of you. Both your candidates suck. You see how they do this, guys? They polarize people. And yet all the while, they're polarized over non-issues. Over the centuries, people have killed themselves over this, over things like this, left and right, and black and white, my side versus your side. It's always been the Zios that have created this paradigm and have divided people. And then they sit back and laugh as they watch them fight and kill each other over non-friggin' issues. Issues that should never have been embraced in the first place. It's like, communism versus fascism. They both suck. What the hell is the difference if the state is controlling big business, or if big business is controlling the state, when both are in bed with the Zios, right? When the Zios control both of them, what the hell is the difference? There is no difference. They laugh to beat the band at how gullible people are that fall for this. Just like on election day, right? I can't believe that there are people that still play this game. You haven't figured this out yet? It is completely rigged. You're never, ever going to fix this mess by playing a game rigged by them. It's never going to happen. People say, oh, well, I vote for the lesser of the evils. Really? You really think there is a lesser of the evils? Again, it's like saying, I like brown excrement better than black excrement. It's still excrement. Is there a lesser disgusting piece of excrement? That's what people are saying. The lesser of the evils. The only difference between candidate A and candidate B is the rhetoric. That's it. It's like when people talk about Trump,
Well, I'd rather have him in there than Biden.
Why? Because you like his rhetoric? He's still a piece of crap floating in the toilet bowl. Oh man, it's so freaking frustrating. Anyways, enough of that. Moving on here. Everywhere the Zios have gone, amongst other things, they have always introduced art styles that turned traditional art forms on their head, right? Introducing nonsensical, outlandish, and outright perverted art forms that make a mockery out of decency in society, right? And so it was under Akhenaten. Later, we're going to see that they played this same game in Greece. Hell, they've played it everywhere they've ever gone. But let's look at some interesting remarks that Wikipedia makes in this regard. Ordinarily, I don't like Wikipedia, but every once in a while, they do put out some interesting things. And usually, they don't last long if they're too interesting, but I'm not even sure if this is up anymore on Wikipedia. But here's what they had to say in this regard. Styles of art that flourished during this short period, the reign of Akhenaten, are markedly different from other Egyptian art. Just like today, guys, right? They corrupt everything. They corrupt music. With every generation, the music has gotten progressively worse. Not only in the melody or lack thereof, the lack of talent, but also the lyrics, right? As time has gone on, lyrics have gotten worse and worse and worse. And, I'm going to rape your mother, going to kill your brother. I mean, it's so degrading, demoralizing, disgusting, inhuman, vulgar, evil, vomit-inducing. We can thank them for all of this. They do control everything in our society, folks. Not just the news media, the entertainment media, they control sports, hell, the comic book industry, everything. And in controlling those things, they wreck them. They introduce nothing but vulgarity, degrading filth that just destroys. That's all they do. It's all they've ever done. And this Wikipedia article tells us that this is what they did in ancient Egypt under Akhenaten, especially. The article went on to say, depictions of members of the court, the royal court, especially members of the royal family, are extremely stylized with elongated heads, protruding stomachs, heavy hips, thin arms and legs, and exaggerated facial features. I put a couple examples of this in the pictures for the video here. Specifically, what it's referring to here is how Akhenaten is depicted with feminine features. In other words, the tranny factor. Akhenaten was depicted, with ladylike lips, ladylike hips, breasts, you name it, right? Just like today, guys, they push this same crap. All they're interested in is screwing up people's perception of what's normal, of what's acceptable, of what's right and wrong, right? They want to blur everything. So there's no more black and white. Everything is gray. So that you'll throw your arms up and say, whatever. You become pathetically apathetic. Has it worked? Just look around. Remember when I read from the Ipuwer Papyrus, which dates to the time of the main Hyksos occupation? And Ipuwer was all upset, saying, what's the matter with people? This nation is falling apart. There's no jobs. Nobody speaks Egyptian anymore. Everything's falling apart. There's no shortage of laborers, but there are no jobs for them. And then he says, worst of all, nobody cares. Nobody cares. Where's the outrage, he was asking. Aren't we asking that same thing today? You see how they've got this down to a science. They've long known how to turn people into mush minds. They did the same thing to ancient Egypt they're doing to us right now. I had a comment today. Somebody was complaining about,
I'm not gonna listen to your videos anymore. We got so many major things going on right now, and here you are talking about history?
Are you freaking kidding me? You have to talk about history so you can relate it to what's going on now and get the big picture to see that they've been at this all along. This isn't anything new. And I'm constantly making connections between what went on then and what's going on now, Hey, you don't like it? Tune in to some other channel, okay? There's plenty of people out there talking about what's going on right now. I'm particularly fascinated with history and pointing out how these SOBs have long been doing this to maximize our frickin' disgust with them. We have to see that they've been at this for a long time. So that should we rise up, hopefully, and fix this problem, we will make damn sure that this problem never emerges again. Because look how long our world has been cursed by it. Look how far-reaching this problem has gone in time and in space, right? Anyway, the Wikipedia article continues. Significantly, and for the only time in the history of Egyptian royal art, Akhenaten's family are shown taking part in decidedly naturalistic activities, showing affection for each other, and being caught in mid-action in traditional art. A pharaoh's divine nature was expressed by repose, even immobility. In other words, while the nation was in turmoil, they're sitting back, reclining, relaxing, showing no concern about what's going on around them, right? Oh, isn't that the Zio way? That's what we're shown in the book of Genesis when Mr. Joseph, the very first Hyksosian scoundrel that screwed up Egypt, that's the picture portrayed of him, right? It says the Egyptians were starving. They were in great want. And yet all the while, Joseph and his family were living deliciously off the delicacies of Egypt. They were gorging themselves. They weren't concerned about the sufferings of others. They were the ones inflicting the suffering so they could live high off the hog. And that's exactly what they're doing to us right now, around the whole globe. But notice, it says here that Akhenaten had turned everything on its heels, including Egyptian art styles, right? The Egyptians must have considered this blasphemy. It was overturning everything. It's just what they're doing now, right? Normalizing the abnormal. Making something look acceptable that is absolutely unacceptable, making something evil look good, right? They glorify everything that is vulgar, everything that is immoral, indecent, unacceptable. And guys, as bad as it is now, I'm telling you, they're just getting warmed up. If they continue to have their way, we will look back at this time as the good old days. I remember my mother, she used to hate that I listened to Led Zeppelin, and she was so horrified with it. It was terrible music, and I wish you wouldn't listen to that stuff. It's messing your mind up. And yet, years later, when rap became popular, she looked at me one day and she says, "Wow, I wish we could go back to the old Led Zeppelin days." But it illustrates the point, doesn't it? With each generation, they've taken us further and further and further and further down the rat nest, so that what was previously shocking isn't quite so shocking anymore, right? Imagine if things keep going the way they are, where we're going to be in another 10, 20, 30 years, if the frickin' planet is even here by then, the way we're going. But that is their game. That is their aim, to take us further and further and further down the hole. I was talking with a friend the other day. He says, "Wow, Charlie, you weren't kidding. When you told me years ago that their aim was to normalize pedophilia, I was thinking to myself, oh, wait, that's going a little too far. That's not going to happen. How are they ever going to be able to pull that off?" He says, "Now I can clearly see you were right. This is exactly what they're working toward." Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Mainstreaming and normalizing, homosexuality, and then later the tranny movement, those are just steps toward the ultimate goal. They're doing it, guys, as we speak. How much more are we going to put up with from these scum of the earth? Somebody, a subscriber, just sent me an article a little while ago tonight about there's a couple McDonald's, one in Kentucky and one in Ohio, that just got cited for child labor. They were, using 10-year-old kids to work the fryer-lator and take orders. And can you believe this? Where's the decency? Where's the common sense, the respect, the consideration? It's gone. It's not only absent from our, political leaders, right? I don't know if it was ever there in the first place. But now it's absent from the general population as a whole. I mean, it's a rare thing today to see somebody who actually has a heart, who has decency, compassion. Look what they've done to us, how they've turned us, against one another. When I was on the plane last week heading down south, I was talking to some people sitting next to me. There were two nurses. And I was pleased to hear that, they didn't fall for the COVID crap. And so I was sharing some other stuff with them. They were eating it up, and, oh, yeah, I'm not surprised, And when I get into a conversation like that, I tend to talk loud because I get excited, And I didn't realize that apparently the whole plane was tuning in, I suddenly realized it got deathly silent. Nobody else was talking. I guess everybody was tuning in and listening to what I was saying. Anyway, all of a sudden, this an obvious Karen that was sitting behind me, she's like, "All right, that's enough. I've had enough of that. I don't want to listen to any more of that talk." I turn around. I'm like, "Excuse me?" I says, "Who the hell do you think you are?" Again, the plane was silent, right? Everybody's just listening to this dialogue. But you know what was cool? I basically told her to, to eat dirt. I'm like, suck it up, lady. Too bad. I says, what's the matter? You can't handle the truth? You can't handle the truth that your government is this corrupt? Nobody jumped to her defense at all. Nobody said one word. Well, they didn't say anything positive or negative, but usually you'd expect people to, side with someone like that. No, nobody did. Nobody said a word. Not even the flight attendants. Nothing. Nobody. So anyway, she finally shut her mouth. But I'm like, I said, we still do have a thing called free speech in this country. They haven't quite taken that away yet. I says, who the hell do you think you are? She had a freaking pair of headphones in her hand. I'm like, you don't like what I'm saying? Put your headphones on. Man, oh man, oh man. But again, it just goes to show the kind of world we're living in today. People have no respect. You don't have to like what someone else is saying. Just tune it out. You don't have to listen to it. But to actually tell someone to shut their mouths because you don't want to hear it? What the hell has become a... Oh, I don't know, folks. We're really going down fast. We really are. So disgusting, man. This is not the world I grew up in at all. At all. I can't believe how far we've sunk in just the past, 30, 40 years. I remember back in the 70s, you didn't have to frickin' lock your door. You could go across town, do errands. Hell, never mind lock your door. You could leave your door wide open. You didn't have to worry. Everybody else did it too. We had an open door policy with all the neighbors. If you're out of milk and your neighbor wasn't home, you could just go in their house, open their fridge, bring their milk back, take what you needed, and then replace it and tell them later. And they'd be like, oh, yeah, no problem, And vice versa. If you're ever out of some milk, no need to go to the store. Just come over and this is how it worked. Now, forget it. You walk into your neighbor's house, they'll probably shoot you, right? You can't even communicate with most of your neighbors anymore. They don't even speak the Inglesi. Wow, man. And all of this, all of it, stems from the modern day Hyksos. Anyway, coming back to the Wikipedia article, it actually says that one of the common themes in Akhenaten's art, which was totally different from previous generations of Egyptian art, a common theme in his art was the androgynous theme. Imagine that. The tranny theme. And here they are, pushing it on us as well. Guys, these people are poison. The elite Jews, scum of the earth, are at it again. And you wonder why I talk so much about history. I mean, off and on, I'll be talking about stuff going on today too, but you have to talk about history, damn it. How the hell can you've got to get the big picture and see how long they've been doing this. You can't even wrap your head around the magnitude of the crimes that they're guilty of, how much devastation they have caused humanity, all stemming from them. Anyway, the Wikipedia article went on to say, it has been proposed that Akhenaten may have taken some of his daughters as sexual consorts to attempt to father a male heir by them. Wow. Doesn't that sound familiar? Can you say Woody Allen, for example? Akhenaten, it went on to say, named at least one daughter as great royal wife. Once again, do you see how they corrupt and despoil everything they get their hands on? Tell me, Akhenaten was not a Hyksos. Of course he was. There has never been in all of recorded history a group so despicable, so completely devoid of decency and sanity and respectability as this group of scoundrels, folks. And nothing has changed. Nothing. Normal human beings, we're all capable of doing bad things from time to time, right? Stupid things. Whether we intend to or not, we all do stupid things, sometimes bad things that we, but we learn from them, right? We regret them after they're done. We undertake measures to ensure we don't do it again. And by all means, we apologize to those who were wronged by what we did. Not these bastards. No, they take pleasure in it. And they come up with new and ingenious ways to do the same thing and even better themselves next time when they play the game. And do it so that they can make it look like it's something else other than what it actually is, right? They'll change the meaning of terms and twist people's thinking, get them all confused so they don't even recognize something as wrong. Or if they do, they'll, think it came from another source. Unbelievable, man. They'll wind up respecting the actual one that screwed them over and look down at someone else who's been trying to, reach out with a helping hand. Just look what they did with COVID, right? When you tried to warn people to not roll their sleeve up, you became the bad guy. And the one who's trying to poison them, they're the good guys. Oh, you gotta love it. Anyway, letters written to Akhenaten from foreign rulers make reference to Akhenaten, one of Akhenaten's daughters, as mistress of the house. So it was recognized that he was shacking it up with his own daughter. Again, doesn't that sound like something right out of the pages of the Not So Holy book? Incest stains virtually every page of the Bible, the Old Testament especially. It's in the New Testament too, but especially the Old. He was probably prostituting his daughters out too, right? Oh, yes, yes. We've seen that before in the Not So Holy book, right? Look at Abraham prostituting out his own wife, who was also his half-sister. Yeah, real nice. They're such good example setters, aren't they? In addition to incest, the pedophilia factor appears to also have been present during the reign of Akhenaten. Akhenaten was Akhenaten's second daughter. Her death at perhaps the age of 10 or 12 is recorded in the royal tombs of Amarna. Her death has been attributed to possibly having resulted from childbirth complications because of a depiction of an infant with her. 10 years old. 10 years old. And because no husband is known for her, the assumption has been made that Akhenaten was in fact the baby's father. Yeah, absolutely. So all the sleazy Zio factors that curse our world today, you look closely under the microscope and you'll see that they were present under Akhenaten's reign. As bad as the main Hyksosian occupation was, Akhenaten was bringing Egypt down even worse than what was done under the main Hyksosian occupation. And so Egypt rose up and threw the SOB out along with all of his cohorts. Oh, it's high time we do the same, wouldn't you say? Anyway, guys, we've about reached the hour mark, so I'm going to stop there. Lots more to come. I should be able to finish this in one more video. Anyway, thanks for joining me, guys, and we'll catch you in the next video. Take care. Okay, everybody, welcome to part 4 of this discussion on Akhenaten the Tyrant. This should be the last installment in this aspect of the Akhenaten discussion. But like I said, we're going to get into another angle on the whole matter. So I'm going to be on the topic of Akhenaten for a while here. Anyway, early during his reign, Akhenaten had conflicts with Tushratta, the king of Mitanni, who had courted favor with his father against the Hittites. Tushratta had complained in numerous letters that Akhenaten had sent him gold-plated statues rather than statues made of solid gold. In other words, he zioed him. The statues formed part of the bride price which Tushratta had received, for letting his daughter Todkipa marry Amenhotep III, Akhenaten. And then later, his father, Amenhotep III, and then later marry Akhenaten himself. Akhenaten was Amenhotep IV that changed his name. Anyway, what he did was he lied. He said, to marry a daughter, I'm going to give you these solid gold statues. But he plated the statues with gold, figuring that, the king wouldn't find out the little scam that he pulled. This is totally in line with the Zio mentality, the Zio modus operandi, right? Amarna Letter EA 27 preserves a complaint by Tushratta to Akhenaten about this situation. And here's what he wrote. I asked your father, meaning Amenhotep III, for statues of solid cast gold, one of myself and a second statue, a statue of Tadu Hiba, his daughter, or Tadu Kiba, as they spelt it. And your father said, quote, don't talk of giving statues just of solid cast gold. I will give you ones made also of lapis lazuli. I will give you also, along with the statues, much additional gold and other goods beyond measure. That's what Akhenaten's father had written to him. He went on to say, every one of my messengers that were staying in Egypt saw the gold for the statues with their own eyes. In other words, he knows that there was such an amount of gold set aside for him. They saw it. Your father himself recast the statues in the presence of my messengers, and he made them entirely of pure gold. So he's saying here that he knows the problem doesn't lie with his father. Akhenaten couldn't squeeze out of it by saying,
well, I can't help what my father did.
He's saying here that he knows his father, Amenhotep the III, had definitely cast him solid gold statues. So he's telling him that he knows that Akhenaten is the source of the problem. He showed much additional gold, which was beyond measure, and which he was sending to me, or fixing to send anyway. He said to my messengers, see with your own eyes, here the statues, there much gold and goods beyond measure, which I am sending to my brother, meaning himself, Tushratta. And my messengers did see with their own eyes, he said. But my brother, meaning Akhenaten, my brother has not sent the solid gold statues that your father was going to send me. You have sent plated ones of wood. Pretty idiotic. You would think he would at least have given him stone statues and then laid them over with gold so they would be heavy, right? But no, the damn fool sent him light wooden statues. How could he possibly ever reason that the king wouldn't figure this out? Anyway, nor have you sent me the goods that your father was going to send me, but you have reduced them greatly. He was going to send him, in addition to the statues, the lapis lazuli and a bunch of other goods, a bunch of gold in addition to the gold statues. So, yeah, he's telling him here, you didn't send me any of those other goods promised, and what you did send was not solid gold, it was just plated wood. Oh, how Zio of Akhenaten. He went on to say, yet there is nothing I know that I know of in which I have failed my brother. In other words, I didn't do anything to deserve this. I have not failed you in any way, shape, or form. I've done everything you've asked of me. I earned that gold, which your father promised me and had set aside for me. He's telling him right out here, but trying to do it in a diplomatic way, that I know you screwed me, you little wretch. Any day that I hear the greetings of my brother, that day I make a festive occasion. May my brother send me much gold. At the Kinru feast, with many goods, may my brother honor me. So he's telling him, I'm hoping you're going to make good on your promise now that I've pointed out to you that I'm onto your little scheme. In my brother's country, gold is as plentiful as dust, he's telling him. In other words, it's no big sacrifice for you. It doesn't mean anything for you to give me the gold your father promised me. It's just a pocket change. To me, it's of great value. I don't have any gold. May my brother cause me no further distress. May he send me much gold in order that my brother, with the gold and many goods, may honor me. Of course, Akhenaten never came through. Here's another Wikipedia quote that reveals another classic Zio trait that Akhenaten had. It states, a notable result of Akhenaten's centralization tendencies was the appearance of large-scale corruption among the king's state officials, who held unprecedented control over all the wealth and produce of Egypt. Well, now, doesn't that sound familiar? Again, any doubt that this was a Hyksos? This is exactly what had occurred under the main Hyksosian occupation, right? The appearance of large-scale corruption among the king's state officials, who held unprecedented control over all the wealth and produce of Egypt. Is this not what's going on right now in this country? Where the Billionaire Buddies Club, the Zio-controlled Billionaire Buddies Club, is buying up farmland like no tomorrow. When I was in Florida last week, we went to this one museum where they have the bog mummies on display. And one of the workers there, pretty smart guy, I was talking to him at length. And inevitably we got to politics, Oh, he was totally in agreement. Yeah, that big money is wrecking everything. One of the things he brought out was that, I forget the exact numbers now, but back in the 70s, he said Florida not controlled, but, they comprised 65% of the orange market in the world. And then he said by 10 years later, it was down to like 42. 10 years later, it was in the 30s. He said, you know what it is now? 21%. 21%. They're dominating the food market in this country, just like they did in ancient Egypt. And of course, control over the wealth of the nation, right? Before COVID, there was already a monstrous, inordinate distribution of wealth at the top, right? COVID more than doubled that, folks. More than doubled it. The quote goes on to say, this was a tendency that the last 18th dynasty pharaoh, Horemheb, was compelled to deal with by threatening to cut off the nose of any officials who were found to be involved in state corruption. Oh, that we would have a leader like that today. Horemheb was so outraged over the corruption of Akhenaten that he promised to do what? Think about that for a moment. To cut off the nose of anyone found to be involved in state corruption. The nose. Among the Amarna letters, there's several pleas from Akhenaten's vassal kings who had pleaded with him for military assistance in dealing with their enemies, assistance that he had promised them but never delivered on. Akhenaten never even replied to these letters. Again, how classic. He sat back and let everything fall apart. He set it up to fall apart and then sat back and indulged in the pleasure of watching things go straight to hell. Isn't that what the Zios are doing to us right now? Look at all the train crashes and factory fires, all the toxins being released in the air. You gotta be kidding. And let's not forget the chemtrails, all the poisons that big corporations have been dumping. You guys ever see the movie, I think it's called Dark Waters? It's either Dark Water or Dark Waters. I forget now because there's movies with both those titles. Anyway, it's about what DuPont was doing for over 40 years in its production of Teflon. It was known by the company and government officials alike that this C8 component that they were using, the special form of carbon to make Teflon, it was known that it was highly carcinogenic, right? And yet the toxin was being dumped in the Ohio River. The federal government sat back and let it happen. And then years later, in the early 2000s, when people started catching on to what was going on, one farmer downstream was witnessing his cows dying left and right. And he was seeing all the fish in the river dead, and, you know, he knew what was happening. He got a lawyer, and at first the lawyer thought he was just some cranky old fart. You know, he didn't really take him serious. But as he began to dig, he realized, holy crap, this guy knows exactly what he's talking about. And he got, you know, major obstacles put in his path by the feds with every move he tried to make. Anyway, to make a long story short, yeah, the federal government was protecting DuPont from getting sued. They knew that the environment was being... That's just one of many, 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 many stories like that. But it does illustrate the point. If you ever get a chance, watch that movie. It'll burn your frickin' blood, baby. And it'll show you that it's the same tactic that was used under Akhenaten and under the main Hyksos occupation. And even before that, under Khufu and Khafre. They all played the same games, guys. They screwed over the very people who trusted them to protect their interests. And no, they do the very opposite. just like our Zio puppet politicians do today, right? They're not working in our interest at all. And that applies to both Democrats and Republicans. When is this country ever going to snap out of it and figure that out? It doesn't require too much brain power, too much attention, too much time. Both parties suck donkey danglers. They're both scoundrels. They're all working for the same crime bosses. Come on, man. This should be quite obvious by now. Anyway, the amount of letters also revealed that Akhenaten was so obsessed with his religion that he neglected to address important matters of state, which caused disorder across the massive Egyptian empire. Yeah, that was his excuse, in fact, right? He probably really didn't give a damn about religion at all. It was just a way to manipulate people and, yeah, to use an excuse. Oh, I'm so obsessed with my God. And I'm sure he would assure the Egyptians, oh, don't worry, we're in Aten's hands. Aten is going to take care of everything. Don't Christians use that same frickin' refrain today? Oh, don't worry, it's all according to God's plan. As your life gets more and more screwed up, as you give away more of your money to the cult that you belong to, and the minister assures you, oh, be generous. The more generous you are, the more God will bless you. And of course, what really happens in the real world is that you get poorer and poorer and poorer, less and less and less able to pay your bills. Eventually, you're going to lose your home, everything, right? But the minister will still say, God is just testing your faith, as he walks away laughing all the way to the bank, because now he's got your money. Oh, isn't that the Zio way? They've trained their Goyim minions very well, haven't they? They've adopted their same tactic. Akhenaten was using religion as both a diversion and a cover for his criminal activities. He halted foreign military campaigns at a time when there were many foreign threats, right? And he dramatically scaled down Egypt's military defenses. Imagine that. Didn't we see this under Daddy Bush? Here we were supposed to be in the midst of fighting terrorism, right? And yet, he started defunding the military, closing bases all across the board, right? And people were scratching their head. Wait, it doesn't make any sense. It also didn't make any sense that in the midst of a so-called war on terror, he was significantly cutting back on border patrol. Remember that one? Leaving us wide open to foreign invaders, right? And yet, he got away with it. People barely batted an eyelash at it. This is exactly what Akhenaten did with Egypt. No wonder he was called enemy. He initially planned to set up the the Hyksos control over Egypt. What had really gone on there is he had sucked Egypt dry, right? They used up all of their usefulness to him. So now he was setting it up to fall. So it couldn't rise up again and become a competitor for him and his tribe with the next country they planned to hijack. He was in the process of taking it down. After the parasite sucks the host dry, it kicks the empty shell to the curb now, right? So it can move on to the next host. That's what Akhenaten was preparing to do. Luckily, Egypt caught on in time. And extricated themselves from that parasite. If they didn't do that, they soon would have been kicked to the curb, would have been reduced to, quote, third world status, right? And Akhenaten would have moved on to the next country. Egypt now would no longer be a threat to his power, right? Anyway. Let's look at some interesting and quite revealing Akhenaten quotes. Some quotes attributed to Akhenaten do make sense and undoubtedly won him some respect from the Egyptians of his day, right? He did write some catchy anecdotes, just like what you have in the Bible, right? There's some catchy anecdotes. Almost all of them are plagiarized, but nevertheless, that's what attracts people to the Bible in the first place, right? In the midst of all the garbage that's in there are some inspiring quotes here and there. And so that's what Akhenaten was doing. He would write these little catchy phrases that would attract people and get them to think he's such a great man, a wise man, And yet, all the while, it was a cover, a diversion for him screwing them over. Anyway, Akhenaten, in typical Zio fashion, made some incredibly pathetic statements as well that reveal his true underlying Hyksos stance. So let's take a look at some of them. Contemplate thy powers, he said. Contemplate thy wants and thy connections. So shalt thou discover the duties of life and be directed in all thy ways. He's basically telling him, to conquer, right? Contemplate your wants and your connections. That's a Zio thing. What are your wants? What are the things you lust after? You can have it all through your connections. Tell me that's not a Zio thing to say. In so many words, what he's saying here is, in pursuit of the things you want, strip yourself of scruples. Pursue them relentlessly through your connections to get what you want. Use and abuse and leave everyone else destitute. It's really what he's saying. Here's another quote from the scoundrel. Be thou incapable of change in that which is right. And men will rely upon you. Establish unto thyself principles of action, not principles of morality, but principles of action. Only look at your goal and then pursue it in whatever way, with help from your connections, whatever way possible to get there. Don't be inhibited by that which is right. That's what he's saying here. By moral principles, right? That's right out of the protocols, too, by the way. It states that no king worth his weight in gold, in their estimation, pays heed to petty concerns like right versus wrong, See that thou ever act according to them, according to your principles of action. Act only in accordance with that, what your next move is going to be to get what you want, without paying heed to things that are right, that are moral. First know that thy principles are just, and then be thou. Be who you are. Once you have convinced yourself that your principles are just, what he's really saying here, this is an early version of the end justifies the means, which, of course, is the Jesuit philosophy, right? which the Zio Jew Ignatius Loyola had written much about. The end justifies the means, as long as the church is the gainer in the end. He elaborated quite extensively on that same theme. Here's one last quote from this scumbag we'll look at. The ambitions will always be first in the crowd. In other words, that's all that matters is your ambition. Ambition for wealth, ambition for power. You'll always be first in the crowd. People will look up to you, right? When you've amassed a lot of power, a lot of wealth, most people think that that makes you respectable when in fact, in the process of gaining that wealth and power, you have been a phenomenal, colossal, treasonous, traitorous piece of trash. You're worthy to have your head stomped on, and yet the swelling masses, oh, wow, look how successful he is. Oh, I aspire to be like him. So disgusting, man. The ambitions will always be first in the crowd, he said. He presses forward. He looks not behind him. In other words, he just looks at his goal. He doesn't care about the wake of destruction that he's left behind him. Jesus said something very similar, didn't he? He who takes the plow in hand and looks back is not fit for the kingdom of God. And you know what the context was for making that statement? A parable he told where a man came up to him and said, "Oh, Lord, I desire to follow you, but first let me go back to bury my father who just died." He that takes the plow in hand and looks back is not fit for the kingdom of God. Jesus taught the exact same philosophy that Akhenaten did. Don't look back. Who cares about how many people you've screwed over? Who cares about your beloved family ties, your dead father? He actually said the dead will bury the dead. He also depicted a man saying, "Oh, Lord, let me go back, say goodbye to my family before I leave." Christ said, no, drop your family, drop your father who just died, and follow me right now. Don't look back. Look ahead toward the goal. And what goal was that? His goal of setting up, quote,
the kingdom of God.
His little insurrectionist aims of world domination. That was Akhenaten's aim. That was Jesus's aim. And it's been the Zio aim all along. Look ahead to that goal. Don't look back. Don't show any concern, compassion, consideration whatsoever for those you have stomped on to get what you want. Fix your eyes on the goal. Nothing else matters. Hop, skip, and jump your way to success as you devastate everyone and everything else in your path. That's the Jesusian way. That was the Akhenaten way. That's always been the Zio pig way. He went on to say, more anguish is it to his mind to see one before him than joy to leave thousands at a distance. What a scumbag. This is akin to, it's not enough that I win. Everyone else must lose. Remember that one? Not enough that I win. Everyone else must lose. That's the Zio way. Anyway, let's briefly look at Tutankhamun, Akhenaten's son. Taking a look at Akhenaten's successor, his son Tutankhamun, provides us with further important details about Akhenaten's little scheme. DNA evidence from the mummies of both Tut and Akhenaten Well, not Akhenaten, but his father, who would have had the same DNA. Nobody knows, what actually became of Akhenaten because he was kicked out, headed back to, across the desert back to Shalem. Anyway, these DNA tests show that Tut was indeed of this family line, but was not the son of Nefertiti. In fact, he was the son of one of Akhenaten's sisters, one of his aunts. So he was a product of incest, yet another tribal trait, right? It's also important to point out that the one who started Tut's Amenhotep line was Queen Hatshepsut, the only female Egyptian pharaoh, an Egyptian, well, except for Cleopatra, but in early Egyptian history. It appears she was also a Hyksos descendant, but it appears that she didn't quite realize that because she was opposed to a lot of the Hyksosian policies, which, that's not unusual. That happened in the Dark Ages, right? There were some kings who were of the tribal line and were actually opposed to, some of the aims of the rest of the bloodline, and certainly were opposed to on numerous occasions, to the priestly bloodline at the Vatican, right? Lots of infighting that went on. Anyway, despite Tut's lineage, he appears to have been quite a maverick, a sort of early example of a so-called self-hating Jew, if you will. He appears to have been of the same ilk as Bobby Fischer. First of all, he was adamantly opposed to the Semites, or the Hyksos, right? And to the Nubians, whom the Hyksos often hired as mercenaries to fight against the Egyptians. The Egyptians employed them on occasion too, but they got a lot of trouble from hired Nubians that the Hyksos had used against them. Tut considered both of these groups to be the worst of Egypt's enemies. Most Egyptologists believe that Akhenaten was ousted from power and banished from Egypt, and there's a good deal of evidence. We'll get into that later. And it probably was Tut himself that gave the orders, right? There was contention between him and his father. And according to Zio tradition at this time, Tut would not have even been considered Jewish, even though his father was quote, Jewish, or, Hyksos, because it was traced through the mother's line, right? But it's interesting to note that, when Carter was excavating Tut's tomb, there were found 2 canes or walking sticks and a pair of sandals, which are now on display, at the Cairo Museum. The pair of sandals had on one foot the image of a Semite and on the other foot an image of a Nubian. The idea being that every time Tut took a step, he was stepping on either a Nubian or a Semite, because they were the 2 main enemies that caused so much trouble, for Egypt. And then the 2 walking sticks, one of them had a Semite on the handle, and the other one had a Nubian. The idea being that when he walked with these walking sticks, he was holding the Semites in his hand, in one hand, and the Nubians in the other. In other words, he was exerting control over them. They weren't controlling him. Very interesting symbology there. Tut went on to banish his father's Aten cult and restored the original polytheistic Egyptian religion, along with its officiating priests. In one inscription, Tut thusly lamented what his father had done to the old religion of Egypt. He said, quote, "The temples of the gods and goddesses were in ruins. Yeah, because his father had everything smashed, right? Their shrines were deserted and overgrown. Their sanctuaries were as non-existent, and their courts were used as roads. Roads were built over them, right? The gods turned their backs upon this land. If anyone made a prayer to a god for advice, he would never respond. So he was lamenting what his father had done. Tut also moved the nation's capital back from Amarna to Thebes, leaving his father's city completely abandoned. It's also important to note that the entire nation of Egypt was economically weak and in turmoil following the reign of Akhenaten, a situation that Tut had sought to rectify. Oh, again, isn't that a classic Zio tactic, right? Tut also worked hard to reestablish diplomatic relations with vassal kingdoms, relations that had gone belly up under his father. Remember, his father didn't respond to any pleas for help. He just sat back and let these countries get attacked. Everything was going to pot under his watch. Tut now was working furiously to try to restore all of that. In fact, he did make great progress because a lot of the things found in his tomb turned out to be gifts from a lot of foreign kings who were showing appreciation for the restorative work that he was engaged in, over, undoing the damage of his father. Anyway, let's now look at, we've already mentioned a couple here and there. Let's look at some more very interesting Akhenaten/Jesus connections. While Akhenaten propagated Aten as the only true God, he also portrayed himself as having divine qualities as the son of Aten, or the Son of God, that he was literally human and divine rolled into one. Even though the Bible doesn't teach the Trinity, right, that Christ is God, the Bible does teach that Jesus had a divine nature, that he was sent by God. So he wasn't from this world, right? And so this is the idea. Christ said himself, he was the Son of God, right? That, and some interpret that, to apply to the virgin birth, but we know the virgin birth wasn't even invented yet in the first century. But what the Bible does teach, now this is kind of a long story, but the Bible does teach that Christ supposedly came forth from the person of God, that Yahweh, being the androgynous entity that he is, he, she, it, literally gave birth to Christ. This is what biblical teaching alludes to, that Christ came forth from his person. The New Testament says that God sent his only begotten Son, which means he was already his son. Son of God doesn't refer to him being born in Mary's womb, right? Again, that idea came later. When it says God sent his son, it means he was already his son before he was sent here. In other words, there was a time before Christ allegedly came here from heaven where Yahweh had given birth to him. And there are some early Christian manuscripts that portray the idea of sort of a heavenly stork that dropped off Christ as a baby. In other words, that he wasn't even born of Mary. This was one of the traditions that was circulating to get the idea across that Christ was divinely birthed by God and then sent here, but that he wasn't actually even born of an earthly mother. One of many ideas that was circulating to try to explain how he could be divine and yet come here as a human, right? Later, they dropped that idea and invented the idea that, he was divinely impregnated in Mary's womb by God, Again, it's just religious poppycock. The real story, as we have seen, is that Christ was born of fornication, just like the Talmud teaches. In any case, doesn't matter. The idea that Christ taught that he was the Son of God is right in line with what Akhenaten said of himself, that he was human and divine, the son of Aten, or the son of God. One Egyptian inscription has Akhenaten proclaiming, quote, "There is only one God, my Father. I can approach him by day, by night." Jesus said something very similar to that, right? That no man comes unto the Father but by him. He's the gate through which we must go to get to the Father. Paul later said there's one mediator between God and man, the man Christ Jesus. He's the goer between, the middleman, right? That's exactly what Akhenaten was saying here about himself. Only one God, right? Jesus himself said in John 17:17 in his Gethsemane prayer, addressing the great Yahweh, he said, "You who are the only true God." Again, you got to marvel that Trinitarian Christians can read passages like that and still believe in their nonsense Trinity doctrine, right? Christ acknowledged Yahweh as, quote, the only true God. He didn't just say the only God. He didn't just say the true God. He said the only true God, right? And here Akhenaten is saying the same thing about Aten. There is only one God, my Father. Didn't Jesus say that? That his Father was the only true God? I can approach him by day, by night. He had direct access. That's what Jesus claimed, right? No man has seen the Father at any time except he who has been sent by the Father. Jesus said he's the only one who can approach God day and night. The exact same teachings as Akhenaten. Akhenaten also claimed that Aten sent him into this world. Yeah. Remember what Jesus said? A certain man of noble birth was sent into a far country to establish a kingdom for himself and then to return. Jesus was saying the same thing, that his Father, the only true God, sent him into this world, exactly like Akhenaten said. As the Son of God, Akhenaten claimed to have a divine nature and was thus worshipped. What did Jesus do after his resurrection? All hail, he told his disciples, and then they all bowed before him. Now, Trinitarians like to quote that to try to prove that Jesus is God, right?
Oh, how could he say to the disciples, all hail, if he wasn't God?
Oh, again, you don't know your Bible that well, do you, Bible dupes? The Apostle Paul stated very clearly, "Wherefore God has highly exalted him and given him a name above every name, in order that every knee should bow and every tongue should confess that Jesus Christ is Lord, to the glory of God." In other words, Yahweh, according to what Paul said, Yahweh gave Christ the prerogative to be bowed before, not because he's God, but because he's allegedly God's divine natured son, and that when you bow before him, it's not idolatry, because Yahweh views that as worship to himself, that when you bow before Christ, you're bowing to him through the person of his emissary, Christ. That's what Paul is saying. God highly exalted Christ. If Christ was God, how could it be said that he was exalted by God? The one who exalted him is the one who is God. And how could he be exalted if he's already exalted to begin with? Do you see how nonsensical this whole Trinity frickin' garbage is? It's laughable, guys. And yet, they'll fire you or excommunicate you in any Trinitarian church if you don't go along with this dogma. I personally was a victim of that nonsense. But Paul is emphatic. God exalted him, gave him a name above every name. Why? In order that every knee should bow. so that everyone could bow before him to the glory of God the Father. So when you worship Christ, it's not idolatry, and it doesn't mean he's God, you Trinitarian numbskulls. Paul said it. It's it's a way of worshiping God when you bow before Christ. That's what the New Testament teaches. Again, you might say, well, who cares? The Bible's all crap. Yeah, it is. It absolutely is. But this is just another way to expose how ridiculous mainstream Christianity is. They're not even listening to what their own book teaches. It doesn't teach that Christ is God, but it does teach that he's the divine natured Son of God, just like Akhenaten. Nearly all of the Amarna letters, where foreign kings addressed Akhenaten, opened up with these words: "To the king, my lord, my God, my son. I fall at the feet of the king, my lord, 7 times and 7 times." Ooh, isn't that interesting? Look at the number 7. 7 times. How many times do we see reference to 7 times in the Not So Holy book, right? And how many times do we see reference to my king and my lord? Naturally, solar imagery is applied to Christ all over the New Testament, right? Akhenaten was addressed as my son, S-U-N. Likewise, in Matthew 17, verse 2, we read, for example, there he was transfigured. This is the incident of the so-called Mount of Transfiguration. There he was transfigured before them, meaning Jesus and a couple of his disciples that were present with him. His face shone like the sun, and his clothes became as white as the light. Jesus took on the appearance of what? The sun god, just like Akhenaten, bathed in the glory of the sun. Revelation 1:16 further says of Christ, his face was like the sun shining in all of its brilliance. Wow. And don't forget, Jesus, also in the book of Revelation, is referred to as the Amen, right? Another representation of the Aten, the Egyptian solar deity. Jesus is called the Amen. Christ said that he was the light of the world in John 9:5, right? Look at all the solar imagery. Just like Akhenaten, claiming to be the light of the Aten. Akhenaten claimed to be the mediator, if you will, between his father Aten and mankind, as did Christ, right? He was the mediator between himself and Aten or Adonai. At the close of Akhenaten's great hymn to Aten, he says this: there is no one who knows you except your son, Akhenaten. Wow. This sounds so much like what Christ said in John 1:18. No man has seen God at any time. The only begotten Son, which is in the bosom of the Father, he has declared him. Exact same teaching. Here's another stanza from Akhenaten's Aten hymn. When you dawn, their eyes observe you, as your rays light the whole earth. Every heart exclaims your sight when you are risen as their Lord. Risen as their Lord. Now check out what John 1:9 says about Christ. The true light, which enlightens everyone, has come into the world. Oh my, the parallels are astonishing. Christ was a direct descendant of Akhenaten, folks. Because Akhenaten was a direct descendant of the Hyksos king that lines up with David, of course. In John 8:12, Jesus himself said, I am the light of the world. Whoever follows me will not walk in darkness, but will have the light of life. Exact same kind of garbage that come out of Akhenaten's mouth, right? Here's several more along this line. John 9, verse 6. While I am in the world, I am the light of the world, said Jesus. Look how narcissistic he was. Do you really think, Bible dupes, that an all-loving and, quote, humble person would ever talk like this? Jesus boasted, I am meek and lowly in heart, and yet he turns around and says stuff like this. It's like me saying,
I am the most humble man who ever walked the face of the earth. Don't even try to achieve my exalted level of humility. You will never succeed. I am infinitely more humble than the most humblest person you could ever cite as a competitor for that position of mine. Don't even try.
You know what I'm saying? That's what Jesus is doing here. He's claiming to be humble and meek, and yet he turns around,
I am the light of the world.
Oh, shut up. What an arrogant, narcissistic little wretch. Just like his great-great-great-great-great-great-granddaddy, Akhenaten. John 12:46. I have come as a light into the world, so that everyone who believes in me will not remain in darkness. Again, look at the emphasis on the me.
Me, 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 me.
Isn't that the Zio way? How do you like your Jesus now, Bible dupes? John 3:19. This is the judgment, that light has come into the world, meaning himself. And men loved the darkness rather than the light, for their deeds were evil. In other words, if you want to be good boys and girls, you gotta follow me.
I'm the light. I'm your only hope. I'm your master.
John, don't forget what he told his disciples too. He said, you are my friends if you do whatsoever I command you. Wow. In other words, unless you bow to my every whim, you're not my friends. I'm not even going to talk to you. John 1:4. In him was life, and the life was the light of men. Luke 1:78. Because of the tender mercy of our God, with which the sunrise from on high will visit us. The sunrise. Look at all these references to the sun, to light. Are you kidding me? It goes on. There's more. 1 John 2:8. On the one hand, I am writing a new commandment to you, said John, which is true in him and in you, because the darkness is passing away, and the true light is already shining. The true light. John 12:35. For a little while longer, the light is among you. Jesus is referring to himself here again, right, as the light. For a little longer, the light is among you. Walk while you have the light, so that darkness will not overtake you. He who walks in the darkness does not know where he goes. John 12:36. While you have the light, again, meaning himself, while you have the light, believe in the light, and you may become sons of light. Isn't that interesting? Because that's a term that the Essenes used to describe themselves, right? The sons of light. Ha 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 ha. Anyway, I hate to be redundant here, but I want you to see how many references there are like this. Acts 26:23 is another one. That the Christ was to suffer, and that by reason of his resurrection from the dead, he would be the first to proclaim light both to the Jewish people and to the Gentiles. Yeah, let's sucker them too. The light, the light. Come to the light. 2 Corinthians 4, verse 6. For God, who said, light shall shine out of darkness, is the one who has shown in our hearts to give the light of the knowledge of the glory of God in the face of Jesus Christ. Yeah. The light of the glory of God in the face of Jesus Christ. This is what Akhenaten taught, right? That his face was a reflection of the light of Aten. Here's yet another one. John 1, verse 7. He came as a witness to testify about the light, so that we might believe through him. To testify of the light. Akhenaten testified to the light too, didn't he? John 1, verse 8, the last one we'll look at here. He came to testify about the light. Once again, that theme repeats over and over and over. Early church fathers such as Eusebius, Clement, Origen, Athanasius, Basil, Chrysostom, Jerome, and Augustine all referred to Christ as either the Son of Righteousness, S-U-N, or the Son of Justice, again, S-U-N. Tertullian wrote, quote, others believe the Son to be our God, S-U-N, because it is well known that we pray toward the quarter of the east. Just like how all the classic cathedrals were built facing the east, right? It's a sun cult. Christianity, amongst other things, is a sun cult, which grew right out of Akhenaten, Hyksos-ian Egypt. Tertullian, addressing the pagans of his day, also wrote this. You say we worship the sun. Well, so do you. How do you like them apples? Tertullian wasn't denying that he as a Christian was worshiping the sun. He was admitting that he was doing it. And then he told the pagans, you do the same thing. We just give it another name, that's all. Freaking unbelievable, man. And this is why, folks, that the early Catholic authorities, in order to win over more pagans and make Christianity look more like a Gentile religion, and to make it more in conformance with their sun worship cult from Akhenaten, they began observing Sunday as their day of worship instead of Shabbat, right? The day of the sun. Yeah. Bible dupes, would say, the ones that are aware of this, that the Sabbatarian Christians, they'll call the Catholics heretics for, changing God's Sabbath. But really, that was the original day. Moses changed all that later, right? To break away from the Egyptian connotations. He was so enraged with Egypt now. But that was the original Jewish holy day, the proto-Hebrew holy day, right? Sunday, the day of the sun. Anyway, Clement of Alexandria wrote this, for the Son of Righteousness, who drives his chariot over all, pervades equally all humanity. Sun, S-U-N, rides his chariot. What does he mean by that? His solar chariot, like Helios, right? This is a Christian talking here. Here's another quote from Tertullian. The pagans believe that the Christian God is the sun, S-U-N, because it is a well-known fact that we pray turning toward the rising sun, and that on the sun's day we give ourselves to jubilation. Sun's day, meaning Sunday, right? Wow. And again, this is why Jesus is depicted in Catholic art, often with a halo over his head, or a sunburst shining brightly from behind his head. Mary as well, because she's also been exalted to
godlike status.
It's all Akhenaten Atenism. That's all it is. That's all the Christian religion is, guys. It's Akhenatenism. Jesus, the sun god, the light bearer. And that, my friends, is where the term Illuminati actually comes from. It's the same brightly illuminating, all-seeing eye that you see on the capstone of the pyramid of the back of your $1 bill. Anyway, that completes this first phase of our Akhenaten discussion, but there's a lot more to come, guys. So stay tuned. All right, guys, thanks for joining me. We'll catch you in the next video. Take care.